to delay 2 mortgage payments, which will give you even greater savings up front. Now, even if you've been turned down by other lenders, I still want you to give American Financing a call because they're helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. And remember, there are no upfront fees and there's no obligation to find out how much money you could save every single month. So call American Financing. Remember, you can call American Financing from anywhere in the country, wherever you're listening to me. Just tell them Michael Brown sent you. American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Tonight at 6.
We're going to start the clock.
The Broncos are on the clock.
With the 20th pick.
It's Broncos draft coverage.
With Dave Logan and the KOA Broncos Radio Network team.
Let's go! On 630 KHOW.
Well, it's all right, riding around in the breeze. Well, it's all right, if you live the life you please. Well, it's all right, doing the best you can. Well, it's all right, as long as you lend a hand.
Michael, I think that there picture of Old Slow Joe is a compilation of many little photos. Notice the legs don't match the body at coat level. The shadows don't match the body. The silhouette, I would like to find out where those mountains are.
Well, why are we surprised or upset about this? It was a fake presidency, so why should we have a fake post-presidency? It's all the same thing. And then let's go back to David Hogg for a moment. So Hogg wants more 30 and 40-year-olds in Congress because we got too many old farts, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but it depends on who you're going to elect as a 30 or 40-year-old. So I vaguely remembered that there is a Congress critter from Michigan by the name of Haley Stevens. She's 40 years old. She now wants to run for the United States Senate. So maybe this is who David Hogg is referring to. Someone like this.
I yield the gentlelady 30 additional seconds. The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Cause of their servitude, sharing in the profession with those who have not come before you, similar times of trying medical need, wars and flus.
You know who she sounds like? As I listen to this again, she sounds like Emily Latella, Gilda Radner on the original Saturday Night Live. Listen to that voice. It's Gilda Radner.
I yield.
Kind of looks like her too.
The gentlelady 30 additional seconds. The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Cause of their servitude, sharing in the profession with those who have not come before you, similar times of trying medical need, wars and flus past. You will see darkness, you will be pushed, and our society needs you to stand together at this time. Our country loves you. To our doctors and our nurses, I wear these laces.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is reserved. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
They cut her microphone.
The gentlelady from Michigan is out of order. The gentlelady from Michigan is out of order. The gentlelady from Michigan is no longer recognized. The gentlelady from Michigan
is no longer recognized. I'd say she's unrecognizable. By the way, I'm not sure when this soundbite was, but I think it might have been near the end of COVID. But she's wearing pink rubber gloves, no mask, but she's sitting in the House of Representatives. Nobody within a mile of her. She's at the lectern and she's screaming and yelling as Emmy Latella would on, the weekend update about Lord knows what. told that her time is up. She was yielded 30 seconds, and she was taking, well, that took a full minute. And that's who we want running for the U.S. Senate? I don't think so.
But you gotta love her passion. She's got passion.
There's a fine line between passion and insanity. And I think she's probably closer to insanity than she is passion.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Do you feel a burning, tingling, or numbing sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need to get it treated. Doctor, what is peripheral neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is nerve damage to the feet and lower legs. Its major symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues.
Can it be treated?
It absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, leaving it untreated can lead to serious complications.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands or feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
If you're looking for quality service, products, and plum crazy deals, think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services, together with quality brands like Carrier. Serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins, Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart, 25 years strong, PlumlineServices.com.
Announcing the liquidation sale of an historic family ranch on Saturday, April 26th. Here are the important details. The ranch is located just 7 miles off I-25 south of Colorado Springs at the base of the Spanish Peaks on gorgeous high mountain grasslands, nestled between two commanding buttes with views of the Spanish Peaks that are so beautiful it's hard to describe. The ranch will be offered in smaller ranches. Here's an example. 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. The ranches border BLM, have good roads with electric, and are in a good water area. It is beautiful, private, and unrestricted. Build on it, RV on it, hunt on it, or just buy and hold. Saturday, April 26th, 35 acres with electric, just $59.9. Financing is available. Learn more. Take a video tour at 866-CO-RANCH.com. Then call 866-CO-RANCH. That's call or click 866-CO-RANCH.com.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that. And often, we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic Restore practice.
When it comes to selecting a real estate broker, accept no excuses. That's why I endorse this man.
We aggressively go to work for you. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results.
Frank Duran with RE/MAX Alliance.
You get my team's full support, but I personally negotiate the sale for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way.
Go to Frank's website for tips on buying and selling. Frank Duran, the real estate man. iHeartRadio.com or call 303-920-1622.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Heads up for some stronger storms as we get into later on this afternoon, firing up in the metro area around noon, 1 o'clock. That could pack a powerful punch with some large hail, damaging winds, even isolated tornadoes over the plains. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to allow enforcement of a ban on transgender people in the military while legal challenges proceed. A federal appeals court recently kept in place a court order blocking the policy nationwide. 50,000 mourners have so far filed past the casket of Pope Francis, and approximately 50 heads of state are expected at the Pope's funeral this weekend. There's a man in custody now in connection with a wildfire that's been burning in southern New Jersey all week.
Officials say they have now made an arrest in the origins of the Jones Road fire, which they now say has charred 15,000 acres. According to officials, law enforcement arrested a 19-year-old man who they say Tuesday morning set a bonfire, lit some wood pallets on fire, and then left the area while failing to extinguish them. And they say the remnants of that bonfire is what then spread.
Sales of previously owned homes slumped in March. This is ABC News. A new study says smoking rates have dropped to a new low in the U.S., but according to the American Cancer Society, that doesn't mean we're doing other things to make us healthier.
While fewer Americans are smoking, over half are not meeting physical activity recommendations, and key cancer risks linked to weight, activity, and alcohol remain high. The study by the American Cancer Society, using data from 2023, finding just 11% of U.S. adults still smoke, down from the all-time high of 42% of adults in 1964, but over 70% of the American population has excess body weight, meaning they're overweight or obese. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Sales of previously owned homes slowed in March, a sluggish start to what's traditionally a busy buying season. Mortgage rates and prices, two big reasons why. A 30-year fixed-rate loan close to 7% these days, and the median sales price for a previously owned home, $403,700. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A bill moving through the legislature to improve rideshare safety is drawing threats from Uber to leave the state. Uber officials say they support improved safety, but argue the bill as written would be impossible to enforce. Spokesman Adam Blinick.
That could mean that tens of thousands of Coloradans would lose important access to a valuable earning opportunity.
The bill's sponsor tells Fox 31 lawmakers have made changes to the bill to incorporate the things the rideshare companies told them weren't workable, and they were blindsided by Uber's announcement that they might leave Colorado if the bill passes. Denver's police chief is proposing a new way to discipline officers. Chief Ron Thomas believes some officers should receive education-based discipline, which focuses on training rather than punishment. Thomas says the process could dispose of low-level discipline cases quickly, allowing a closer focus on more serious cases. The Citizen Oversight Board and the Office of the Independent Monitor have both condemned the idea. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Now we got a tie-up coming out of the tech center, and it's due to what appeared to be a stall, but it's turned into a crash northbound at Hampton. Left 2 lanes are blocked. It is slow back to Arapahoe, and it looks like once you get clear of that, it's going to stay a little busy up towards Colorado. Kind of push right there, certainly, coming out of the DTC near Hampton. 270 west through Vasquez, that's kind of jamming up a little bit. Got some slowing on I-70 west from Colorado into I-25, and I-25 southbound into downtown. Just a little slow, but no other problem spots out here. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Our prices are low, and our blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush. Book now for the best carpet cleaning ever with ZeroResDenver.com. Starting at just $114 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. I know it's the best because I've tried the rest, and no other carpet cleaning comes close. No soaps, chemicals, or residue. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. You won't find a better time. 3 rooms, $114, $75 off duct cleaning. 471-5150.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
I stream online
at KHOW.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here, fighting for you. Going on 45 years, same radio show, same person, same action. I got some other people helping me out as usual. They're great people, and they're all ready to do it. We love taking retired executives, retired or people who are still active even, and putting them to work for us and for you. We also have lawyers and doctors and accountants and experts. That's what we do here. Today, in addition to everything else, we'll be talking about solar. Solar is misunderstood. A lot of people think, well, that may not be a good option anymore. We'll talk about that. I'm also talking about scams. I can't believe that. Scams are the most ridiculous things, and yet it is the number one reason people are losing money. It is absolutely, positively the biggest reason people are losing money. There are so many people losing money, life savings from scams. Scams. And the biggest scam right now, well, I don't know if it's the biggest. It's biggest for dollar amounts. It may not be biggest for the most people involved, but it's biggest for dollar amounts. Anybody want to take a guess on it?
I would guess the biggest in dollar amounts would be the people who file fraudulent titles to your home, and then they take out ginormous loans against your equity.
No.
That's probably the most profitable.
Title theft is one of the lowest forms of fraud there is.
Oh. Yep. I was talking about dollar amount.
How about romance scams?
Romance scams, number one. Don.
How about people calling older people and impersonating that they're up?
You know what? I didn't have that on my list. I got to do that. That's called the grandparent scam. The grandparent scam
is where someone calls up. It's amazing how grandparents, I don't know how they fall for it. So somebody simply calls and says, Grandma. And they say, is this you, Harry? Mm-hmm. And then, yes, it is. And then they impersonate a grandson or a granddaughter in trouble. Oh, I've never heard of a granddaughter, but I imagine it happens. They impersonate somebody in trouble.
They're in Mexico in jail. My uncle got, my uncle got scammed out of $30,000.
From that?
Yes, 6 years ago. It was really bad. They called and they acted like they knew his nieces, and he said, "Is that my niece, Joanne?" Yes. So they glommed onto the name, and he went to the bank and withdrew practically his life savings and Western Union to some place in Mexico.
Hey, give us a call if you've been scammed. Of course, you can call us with any problem, question, or complaint. But basically, Deputy Doc hit it. The biggest scam. They call it, you know what the nickname is in the scam world for this? Butchering pigs. Mm-hmm. They call it butchering pigs. And it's a terrible name, but or pig butchering. Now, what they do is they basically feign interest in you. Call it butchering. And when they feign interest in you, you get interested in them. They start exchanging emails, and eventually they ask for money. Money to come see you or money to get married. Unbelievable. But it's one of the very most common scams, and it's terrible. 303-713.
Tom, you know what amazes me about these? Yes. I get a lot of these on the AARP line.
Yeah.
And what amazes me is that people don't understand reality. You have 50 and 60-year-old men and women who get involved with people who are 30 years younger than them, who are overseas, and never ever talk to them or FaceTime them. And they have no reality testing mechanisms.
Yeah, but
don't
let a FaceTime or a Zoom be the deciding factor, because they know how to fake those too.
No, but what they don't realize is that if you're a 55-year-old man or woman, there's no 28-year-old model or special forces person that's going to be interested in you.
If they're rich, they would be.
But these aren't rich people.
Yeah. Well,
and I just tell them to look in the mirror.
Well, look, there are a lot of people who think. Now, listen, I got a text here saying that scammers are shameless. They're vicious, heartless, greedy sociopaths. You know, Mark, do you remember we talked to one on the air? And he actually told us.
Yeah, he actually, I didn't find him that way. I'll tell you how I found him. I found him like it was a job. He would split, I think, 40%. He'd get 40% of his take, and he would show up at an office, and I think they were in Jamaica. And he was just like very matter of fact. It's not like I'm just screwing people. It's like a job. It's like selling an undercoat at a car. I mean, do these car dealers screw people when they try to sell you all the flim flam and the mop and glow? I don't know.
No. We're talking. There's a difference between shady business practices and out scams, or just.
I agree 100%. But in his mind, that's what I believe. To him, that was just his job. He didn't personalize the people he was talking to.
I'm bringing up the studio now. Brooke White's there from Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Brooke, people, what's the biggest stumbling block to getting solar right now? I think it would be that they don't know if they're going to stay in their house, but that's my guess. What would be the biggest stumbling block?
I think it depends on if you're talking residential or commercial.
Let's talk residential. What's the biggest block to residential?
Definitely the equity piece, I think. Like you said, how long are they going to stay in their home, and what's the sale value of the solar when they go?
Right.
Because leasing systems kind of destroyed that relationship with solar and realtors, and it still hasn't recovered.
What do you mean? What do you mean leasing solar?
Yeah, so back in the early 2000s when solar was starting to get more popular, it's because they were doing leases. So if you bought a system, let's say from Tesla would own the system. They would just lease you it on your roof space for 20 years.
25 years.
Yeah. And then after that, they would come back and either take it or you would buy out the system.
Now,
and
during
so
that
with
25 years, are you saying it impeded home sales?
Yes, absolutely. There was a lot of issues with home sales if you leased a system.
I can see that, because if a new person didn't want to take it over, you couldn't leave it there. You'd have to take it with you, and that would be cost prohibitive.
You couldn't take it with you because it was tied to that property.
Oh.
So you would have to either pay for it or
you
continue to pay for it. Or
So when you pay it in full early, can you get financing for it?
For lease systems,
Oh, well,
you
wait
either
a
have
minute.
to pay
That
it
would
off
be
or you
silly.
stay with the lease.
You can't do that. If you're on a 25-year lease and you're 15 years into it or 10 years into it, and you sell your house, you couldn't take a loan out to pay for that because it's, there's nothing to secure it. I mean, you're selling the house with the solar system. So that's stupid. When I said, do they take a loan? So they have to take out of their sale proceeds enough money to pay off that lease.
Sometimes they would, but even sometimes it wouldn't go through. Depending on who you leased it through, they weren't always the most cooperative companies either,
You mean-
from what I've heard. Again,
Even if you wanted to pay them off.
even if you wanted to pay off the lease, this is just hearsay from what I've heard from realtors. This was a system that was put in place long before I started doing solar, so I'm not exactly sure on the specs. I just know that it did cause issues with sales of homes.
Okay, yeah, no, I know it did. And they were leases. When the new owner didn't want to take over the lease, the old owner had to pay it off, and it came out of their sale proceeds. I mean, they just, they had to pay it off. It was a contingent on them paying it off. And then what happens is the new owner gets it free and clear. And if you can get more for your house, you can try, but a lot of people won't pay more for solar. Some actually avoid solar. So it's really a weird situation. We all recognize solar to be good, but we truly do not believe that when we go out to buy a house. All right, I want to talk to you about waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices, forever chemicals, plastics, chlorine, take out of your house. And you get a beautiful system for $39.95, and that will include drinking water at the kitchen sink. No one, and I mean no one, does this deal. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net.
We've heard of this problem before. We'd love to help.
Right now, we could all use some extra cash. So why not visit David Ellis Jewelry to cash in your old useless tangled jewelry, coins, and anything else containing precious metals. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I recommend David Ellis Jewelry because I've known David for years. I trust him. You can too. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
DiscountBath.com says it all. You get baths at a discount, and they really mean it. They're great people, and you can get a price without them ever stepping a foot in your home. What you do is you go to DiscountBath.com, and then you fill out basic information. You get an up link. That's where you feed video. So you go and take some video with your smartphone of the hallway bath you want to change and narrate it, or go to the master bath or the Jack and Jill bath or the one in the basement that's roughed in. Then they look at that video and give you a really interesting close price. I don't know how they do it, but man, they get it. And you can depend on that price. And by the way, what I want to say is this: they will always come out and visit with you if you want, but you can start at discountbath.com. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. I've said this before. Information is a weapon. Information is our tool. Information is everything, especially when it comes to accidents. If you're in a car accident and you're feeling sore and you're thinking, God, I'm actually injured here, or it's an obvious injury, or you're just not sure where you stand. If someone injured you or your car and you're wondering what's going on, call John Fuller. He'll answer questions free of charge, no obligation whatsoever. The only attorney that talks to people up front before they even hire them. You can do it. You can call John Fuller, get information about what he thinks your case is worth, where to collect, your next steps, all without obligation. If you hire John, it's on a percentage fee basis. 303 597 4500. 303 597 4500. He'll always have personal attention. 303 597 4500.
Follow up with you. Hang tight.
So if they say, hey, I talked a couple weeks ago, let your dad and Mark.
Where's Village on the Park? Just never heard of this place.
Is that an apartment building?
No, it's a plaza.
I love that guy. She said something about working with the
Near Isla, right here on Parker Road? Okay.
Park, it sounds familiar.
It's right near my house.
That's what our other works on cases. Yeah, like if there's a problem where it takes off the show.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he solves a lot of cases for us. Yeah, these deputies are our best friends. They are so helpful, you know what I mean? And I should still be able to hear on offline, right? Kelly still uses this.
I sent Tom, I sent your
that
thing
is
on Costco.
tied to
You want me to call them during the break, see if they can get you in? They're on South Havana.
So, check emails, check voicemail. Let me send you the app.
I want to know if they do glasses.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That I don't know. I do know they do exams.
It's one of those where it's just already logged in.
Is there a place you can email them?
I'll just call them. We'll just go during the break.
Just see if they do glasses the same day or the next day.
Call them right now.
Because I don't have time to waste. And I don't really need them as bad as I think I do, but my eyes have gotten...
You get a membership there, right?
And I just want to know how long it takes. From exam to glasses. That would be good. Thank you, man.
Oh, great.
So do you always have wings at home?
I did today, yesterday, and the day before.
Okay.
I cook them about 6 times a week. It's usually one day a week I eat something else. Like wings.
Where do you buy them?
Whole Foods.
10 seconds, guys.
Your local water provider.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. It's interesting looking at these scams that go on. I mean, there are so many of them. And I'm getting a lot of texts about it. And you can text me at 747-999-5280 or through iHeart at the short code 57739. Put Tom in there, and then it'll get to me. Somebody says, I find paranoia to be very useful with all online interactions. The worst part of it is valid organizations that use the same methods online end up being victims. Another said, repeat after me. No matter what they say, there is no reason to give my money to someone I only know through the internet. You'd be shocked how many people, they pay so much. So over the years, I put together some of these scams, and there are so many of them that I put together, so many. And the tech scam, that is really the PC tech scam. So what they do is your computer freezes up, or you call for support, or they call you and they say they're from Microsoft and they want to gain access to your computer. It's all part of a phishing scam. But these PC tech scams, oh my God, it's amazing what people do. Some of these older people let them into their computer, and then everything, every dime they've ever had is gone, just gone, because someone went into their bank account. It's hard to believe, but it happens all the time. Call screener. Let's go to Shelley. Hi, Shelley. You were working with Deputy D, and this was an RV issue. How long ago was this one?
Shelley first called us April 3rd.
April 3rd, okay. So what was the original problem, Shelley? Any of you, Shelley or D?
Tom, Shelley called in because
Go ahead.
She lived in an RV which was parked in the street, and then Denver came and towed it away. And Shelley does not want the RV back, but she wanted some more time to remove some of her personal belongings from the RV. So she went to the impound yard.
Oh, I remember this.
She gained access to the RV, but she felt like she wasn't given enough time.
She was given 15 minutes, and she said that's not fair. I thought the sheriff's department said she was there for more than an hour.
Yeah, so I spoke with the sheriff's department. They checked their records. They claimed that she was there for an hour before they finally kicked her out. So I asked the sheriff's office to please give her another chance to come in for a 15-minute interval and grab her stuff. And the sheriff's department said, yeah, that's fine. She can come back. She'll be supervised by a deputy, which is their policy, and she'll have 15 minutes. And so I called Shelley a few days after that initial phone call from her. We discussed it. I asked her to come up with a plan, like figure out what she wants to get, how she's going to get it in 15 minutes, and be in and out. And that's it. So now Shelley's calling because I assume Shelley kind of hit a snag in that plan and something went wrong, right?
Did they let you back, Shelley?
Well, they did, but they said only one of us could go in. So my roommate went in, and I was sitting in the car, and I opened the door, and he said, "You're not supposed to be here." They said only one of you can go in. I didn't enter it. They cut it. He was only in there not even 5 minutes, but he also found that a lot of our stuff was stolen. My jewelry box, all the drawers were missing. His power tools were missing. He knows, both of us know what we had in there, so I don't know who they're giving access to, but my understanding is they can't even enter it for 30 days. After the 30 days, then they inventory it and sold stuff. And it's in the sheriff's impound lot. It's already been inventoried. My roommate's here.
I'm not sure of the process. Are they supposed to give personal property back?
Yes, they do have a policy of allowing people in.
What is the law on it? Do you know?
I don't think there is a law. I wasn't able to find any law. It appears to be the Denver Sheriff's Office policy. And they do allow one person in, and you've got 15 minutes. And my understanding is they only allow you one event like that, and after that you're done. You either bail out your RV or you abandon it with the sheriff's office. So I'm not surprised to hear Shelley say that they would not allow her and her roommate to enter the RV. And I'm also not surprised to hear that a bunch of stuff had been stolen. So whether it got stolen, before the RV got towed or while it was at the sheriff's department, I don't doubt that stuff was stolen. I doubt that there's anything that the sheriff's office is going to do about stolen stuff, though.
I don't
we
think.
we did stuff with the first time, so we know what was in there.
Yeah, but I
And then
don't
we went
think.
in-
Who are you going to
he
blame?
went in-
They're going to deny it. I mean, this is almost an unwinnable situation when people say this. Now, towing companies in Colorado must release certain essential items without any payment whatsoever. Prescription meds, medical equipment, child restraint systems, credit cards and cash, state or federal issued identifications in your wallet, and cell phones. That's the only, well, not the only, but those are some of the things they must release. The items must be released upon demand during business hours, and that is during the first 24 hours of the tow, with an hour's notice outside of business hours. With 1
Yeah,
hour's
so that's
notice.
that.
What's that, Mark?
I mean, that's that. That 24 hours has come and gone a long time ago for them to have to release anything.
Yeah, but gentlemen, keep in mind that law does not apply in this case.
Why?
Because this vehicle was impounded by the sheriff's office, not the towing company.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's in the city of Denver impound yard.
Oh.
And I could find no law that addresses Denver's responsibility with regard to the vehicle owner or occupant. So that's why we looked at Denver Sheriff's Department policy, which was explained to me in great detail. And it's a very simple policy. And it's exactly what I just told you. And previously.
So did you end up, a lot of the stuff was stolen. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, I mean, it wasn't a lot, but it was his power tools, my jewelry.
Right. So are you
and-
accusing the sheriff's department of stealing it, or who, or people at the impound yard? Who do you think stole it?
No, because there's a guard at the gate, so they inventoried it. Yes, they inventoried it, so it was them. He said because things were laid out like on the bed.
Do you have a sheet from the sheriff's department showing that there were power tools and now they're gone?
No, they were in their inventory, but they took somebody took.
When
stuff
they
out, so
did
it
the
had to be the
inventory
sheriff.
list, were the power tools listed on the inventory list?
He didn't show us an inventory list because it's not up for. They can't even sell it until the 30 days is up. But we have 30 days to reclaim our things. But when they only give us 15 minutes, we were not there an hour.
The law doesn't
ETF
address. This is interesting because the law doesn't address how much time they give you. It doesn't say a word about it.
Well, I don't think she can move that thing.
Don't want to move it. I just want my things.
Yeah, I know. That means no one's going to get paid for the tow and stuff. That's my point of saying that.
So, Shelley, are you calling because your stuff was stolen, or are you trying to get into the RV again to get some stuff?
I didn't want to do an RV because they only gave him 5 minutes, and then they told us we had to leave because I was in the back seat. They said only one person could enter. He was the only one that went inside. I stayed in the car. And then he said, "Oh, you're not even supposed to be here." And I'm like, "This is my home now. It's my car." So I just want my stuff. I mean, I think we've suffered enough. They took the right windshield completely out. I don't know what they did with it. That's how they got inside of it.
By the way,
we have locked it before.
By the way, if they're not allowed to limit your time.
Well, that's the private impound yards.
Well, are you saying that the sheriff's department doesn't have to follow anything?
Well, they have to follow something, but the law that you just quoted applies to private impound yards and private towing companies. This is outside of the scope of that law. This is the sheriff's impound yard.
I don't think. How much is the stuff worth that's missing?
I would say it's probably about $1,000.
You're going to have a hell of a time trying to get that.
There's zero chance that the government is going to accept responsibility
Yeah,
for
they're not
stuff
going
that somebody claims was stolen from their
They're not
impound
going
yard.
to.
Even if they have a video of somebody stealing it from the impound yard, they're not going to do anything. They're the government. They're not. They don't want. They're not.
Man, I'm sorry, Shelly. I don't think you're going to retrieve that. I mean, I'm just being straight with you. I don't think you're going to retrieve that stuff. 303-713-8255. Don't forget Fix-It's doing that sump pump special for $49. They'll go out, pull the sump pump, clean it, adjust it, lubricate it if it needs it. Some of those are sealed bearings, but they'll clean out the pit and make sure everything is ready to go for the spring rains, the snow melts, and the coming, water season, because you do get some flooding. It's only $49. FixMyHome.com. Click book now. What did they say?
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Yeah, we got a couple of problems on I-25 up to the north, southbound at Thornton Parkway. A crash that's in the center lane. Now backing up all the way to 120th Avenue. It's a pretty solid jam. You keep left or right to get around that, but need that extra time here on Washington. Might be better alternate routes coming out of Northland and Thornton. And we got another crash coming out of the Tech Center. This one northbound at the 225 interchange. Not sure about the lane, but I'm seeing a backup growing all the way back to Arapahoe Road. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch. And they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
If you're ever in trouble with a speeding ticket, massive speeding, DUI, other traffic offenses, reckless driving, or you get in a scuffle with a neighbor and they complain that you're threatening them, or you ever have a criminal issue of any kind, Joseph A. Lazzara, Joe Lazzara, Lazzara, is there to help. He does free initial consultations always. He'll talk to you about your case. If you hire him, then it's a flat rate basis. That's it. You only pay one flat rate, and he does everything. That's Joe Lazzara. Find him at referralist.com or give him a call at 303-429-6200. Right now, the economy is weird. Everything's weird, right? Stock market's weird. And people are using credit cards more than ever and accumulating high-interest debt. I'm going to tell you something. That high-interest debt is designed to keep you in debt for 20 or 30 years. What I want you to do is get rid of that high interest debt and start your road to financial freedom, okay? What you can do is go to American Financing. My friends there have partnered with me to help people get out of this debt. You go there and say, I'm looking at the Smart Equity loan. They'll talk to you about it. Or you may need some cash for an emergency fund, as well as, things around the house, and what you can do and pay off credit cards, and you can do a refi. The rates aren't that bad right now when you consider what you're paying on credit cards. The new blended rate with even a total refi could be reasonable. Call my friends, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net. How much time?
3.
Okay. Stingy.
Mark probably give you some. You'll see some people with wrenches. They're moderators. Yeah, I know that's all Mark. He likes to make some people feel special. Okay, I'm offline now. But he likes, you could put Mark only comes on his Troubleshooter Network. You might see his personal sometime, but usually he only types his Troubleshooter.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Your dad comes on as Tom Martino. I come on as Suze Major. But if somebody, yesterday there was an off-color comment, I don't know, about one of our contractors, there was a complaint about one of our contractors, and the comment on here was, great, it's the one black contractor being, so I deleted the comment. you know what I mean? Like off-color stuff, we don't need that stuff on the light jet, you know. So I'm sure eventually Mark will give you some play power. You could sort of manage that. This is not a requirement for you, okay, when you're helping on the show.
Yeah.
It's my social hour.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And then what I do here, like this, Bob's been holding. We're on break. I don't even give him an opportunity. I just say, "Hey, Bob, hang on a minute. We'll be getting right to you after break." Coming back from home. Don't even get a chance to answer. There's no reason. You know what I mean? So if somebody says, "Hey, I'm on my lunch break. I only have 20 minutes," time limited. So the guys know they're limited and they need to get to it. But if they're just a regular call in and it's 12:15, just put 12:15 so we keep track of how long someone's been holding. How's it going in there? Can you guys hear us?
There you go.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Guys, Mark? Oh, I was just seeing if anybody in studio was listening.
Probably not.
Nope. Not a one of them. I could talk bad about Mark. And Doc.
You would never talk bad about Brooke, though.
I would never talk bad about Brooke. She's a sweetheart.
Fabulous.
Downvote Dan, loud and clear, Suze. I'm just talking to a YouTuber who's listening to us.
Hey, Suze, can you hear me?
Hi, Bo. How are you? That's another deputy. Have you met Bo before? Yeah. Hey, Bo, what's going on?
Hey, I got a question for Brooke later about tax credits. It would be interesting.
Oh, okay. So that I just put.
And then, Tom, I got.
Bo has question, however you want to put it, for guest. You know, so they know it's there and they can remember to bring Bo up.
I got a follow-up too, Tom, on that case that Chopper was working on with Bonnie running oil out of her teeth.
And you're kind of like, when am I going to die?
10 seconds, guys.
72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. You know, these scams, man, it's just amazing to me how many there are. I'm going to start mentioning these a little each time on the air. But first, I want to take this call. And here he is. Okay. Go ahead, Bob. You want to talk about Excel Energy. What's going on with you?
Yeah, Mr. Martino, I used to have a rental in Colorado. I lived in Colorado my whole life, and I've recently moved to Northeast Wyoming. But I had two houses, and I rented one out. Well, one of my tenants wanted to buy the house in 2020, so I sold the house to her, and I've got the documents to prove it. And everything was fine for like 3 years, and then 2023, she sold the house to a renter. And I guess the renter decided they didn't have to pay the electric bill because the electric bill stayed on. So XL Energy saying that I owe them over $700 because
Bob,
there was a
were you on the
landlord
account
agreement or something.
You were on the account the whole time this woman owned it?
Well, I wasn't aware that I needed to call XL Energy and cancel the landlord agreement. So 3 years went by. And, you know, obviously the lady I sold it to always paid her bill. So, you know, I'm that done and happy. I'm a disabled vet, moved to Northeast Wyoming. I'm retired. And now all of a sudden I'm getting calls from XL. And now today I got a text from Harris & Harris, which I don't know if they don't know how else to contact me, but it's a collection agency. Saying that they're representing XL Energy. So, you know, I don't know what to do here. Am I going to have to pay it and then go after the person that owns the house?
Yes.
That's what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you go to small claims court, and how much is it?
I think it was $700.
I don't know. It's a little over $700.
Yeah.
Do you
So
think
this
that
lady lived there for 2 years or 3
Did
years.
you try? Did you try offering Excel proof of sale documents?
Yeah, in fact, the first lady I talked to when I called, she goes, "Just email us proof of the sale, and it won't be a problem. It'll be expunged." And then so I sent it. She gave me an email address, and I sent the documents and stuff in, even with the account number and stuff with Excel. And lo and behold, I kept getting notices, so I called them again. And the different lady said, "She told you incorrectly. You never canceled this landlord agreement, so you're responsible for it." And I'm like, "Well, what about the person that's been living there for 2 years and not paying for electricity?
No,
I mean, surely they knew."
that person's responsible to you.
Right.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something.
All right.
I'll tell you what your biggest enemy is. And I would go to small claims court against that homeowner, get a judgment and put a lien on the house. I would. Your biggest problem is that it went on for 3 years or more. That's your biggest problem.
Right.
Had you caught this right away, I think they would have done it. But I think they're probably thinking, you know what? He might be responsible. It's really your worst nightmare is letting time pass on stuff like this. It's not a good idea. 303-713-TALK.
Yeah, I just wasn't aware I needed to call.
Yeah. Thank you. 303-713-8255. Bo, do you have a question for
Yes, I do. Hi, Brooke.
Brooke White with Red Rock Solar? Go ahead.
Brooke, I have a question about these tax credits that you get from other customers that they
What do you mean you get from other customers? What are you talking about?
Well, if they buy a solar system and they get like a $30,000 or $40,000 credit, they might be in a situation where they cannot use the credit because they don't owe any taxes.
Right. So he's asking if you've had any customers that can't use the credit, and then what do? Do they sell it?
Yes. I'd like to know, Brooke, how I kind of know how that works, but let's say I were to buy a tax credit from one of your customers. Can I use that like for years down the road, like for 2026, 2027, or do I have to use the tax credit in the same year that I purchase it?
So it depends on how you buy the tax credit. This is a great question. So if you buy the tax credit as a person, then you can only use it for the year that you bought it moving forward, but you have 20 years to utilize it. So you can use it in the future. What's a smarter way to do it is to buy it.
I think you just said, you didn't say both. I mean, didn't you get the impression both? Either he can take it or he can't. So as an individual, you said he had to take it in the year you bought it, but then you said he had 20 years. I'm confused.
Yeah, absolutely. So with commercial, or if you buy it as a business, you can actually backdate your taxes, so you can go backwards to recoup some money you've already paid the government. If you buy it as a person, you have to do it in the starting year is the year that the system achieved what's called permission to operate, or PTO. So let's say you buy it this year because the system became active this year, then you could do 2025 and 20 years moving forward. If you buy it as a business, then you can go from 2022 and use that as your first year for 20 years moving forward. So
as an individual, you get to go for the present year the system became activated for 20 years onward. If you're a business, you can go back retroactively.
Okay, well, Brooke, I'm not a business. I'd like to buy one and then use it like 5 years down, use a little bit every year.
Yeah, absolutely. How much are you looking for? I got folks wanting to sell.
Now, wait a minute. So to buy a tax credit, how do they assign it to you?
So both parties have to be set up with the IRS in order to do that. It's a pretty simple process. It usually takes about 2 to 3 weeks for the IRS to review the application, but the application itself takes about 5 minutes to complete when you submit it. Once they both have their registration numbers, then you can, then Party A just sells it to Party B at normal contract terms.
And how much of a discount are they going for right now? If I bought $1,000 in tax credits, how much would it sell for approximately?
Can I do it the opposite way? So if somebody is selling $1,000 in tax credits, you're going to pay them about $700. So you make about 30%.
Yeah. So the person buying gets a discount of 30%.
Yep, and the person selling gets access to funds that they wouldn't have access to because they don't have the tax liability.
Okay.
Okay. So if you bought a $100,000 tax credit, you'd be paying about $70,000. You mentioned a 30% discount. Okay. I thought it'd be a lot more.
It's
like 50%. Because that tax credit.
You get to decide what the contract looks like. So if somebody really will never be able to use it and they're willing to take a 50% drop, I mean, it's a contract that you set up with the other party.
I mean, exactly. It's supply and demand, man. If someone wants to get rid of them and they'll never use them, they might sell them for 50 cents on the dollar. She said normally it's about 30% discount. All right, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Don't forget denverregen.com for stem cell therapy. Get pain-free. I've done it. They're wonderful people. Great pricing. denverregen.com.
Is just leaving it up there? No.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
Yeah, we got a couple of problems on I-25 up to the north, southbound at Thornton Parkway. A crash that's in the center lane, now backing up all the way to 120th Avenue. It's a pretty solid jam. You can keep left or right to get around that, but need that extra time here on Washington. Might be better alternate routes coming out of Northbound and Thornton. And we've got another crash coming out of the Tech Center. This one northbound at the 225 interchange. Not sure about the lane, but I'm seeing a backup growing all the way back to Arapahoe Road. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15? Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at macy'sbackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
All right. I've said this before, and people say, what? If you want a hair transplant, just like the ones you get in America, where you go in, you have a professional, you have an MD and professionals helping you, your hair starts growing the very next day, and then you get a follow-up appointment. You can do the same thing for pennies on the dollar in Istanbul, Turkey. Now seriously, we have a local entrepreneur who put together recoveryourhair.com. It's a trip to Istanbul, Turkey, and you can go for a few days or you can spend longer time if you want. But when you consider the total cost, it'll be cheaper than getting a hair transplant here. Recoveryourhair.com. Find out more. 970-534-0676. 970-534-0676. Fix It 24/7 is concentrating on keeping your home from getting flooded. They're doing so with a very unique special. They'll service the sump pump in your home. They'll find it, pull it, service it, put it back, inspect the pit, and make sure everything is running with a no breakdown guarantee. FixMyHome.com. Book now for that $49 extraordinary value. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Give me the description again.
Raymond, in a sentence or less. What would you like to
Suze.
talk to Tom about on the show today? Hang on, Tom. Usually we do that on the show. What is, in a sentence or less?
Okay,
What is your
explain
question
it.
about?
What's the plot?
Oh, this guy. Honestly, I don't even remember. I just remember that one scene because he's like drooling all over because he's got all the anesthesia and he's trying to propose to her and he can't talk.
I don't remember.
No, I would be calling XL Roofing. Do you want their phone number?
It's got one of the guys that's always.
They
in
don't.
Adam
What do
Sandler
what?
Movies.
Like Will Ferrell
Oh,
or
well,
something?
Yeah, it's somebody really famous that you would know.
you have. No, but I'm certainly happy to put you on with Tom to ask who would do a 10 roof. I'm not sure about that,
I
Raymond.
just granted access. I need to know who needs
Rob
access to
Schneider
that.
is in it. Let me see if I can find it.
To what?
To the call to the database.
And what are
that
they
we
called
have.
again?
Who should I give access to? I don't really remember
I've
how
never
I
heard
did
of
it.
them, and I
me
know
go
like
see.
every member
So I'm sharing, but I can't see. Okay, I can't see who is already on it. Manage
Did you
that.
say it was?
Oh,
on
wait.
Airplane?
Okay, I see. Help is granted.
Oh, I love that movie.
Help at
That's
Troubleshooter.
Rob Schneider.
Yeah, Rob
Suze
Schneider.
Major is granted.
It's actually
Hey,
funny
Suze.
She on the phone.
That's the scene that I remember when I think of hair transplants. That's what I think of.
Yeah, but I am happy to get you on with Tom to see who does do tin roofs. I'm not really.
I was listening to
Who's that? They're out of boat.
Ryan yesterday on the way to the mountains, and they were talking about
Yeah,
if they could ever get a Republican governor elected. Unfortunately, there's only one person I think could be elected, which I would hate to see. But I think Kaplis could do it.
Why would you hate to see that?
Because he's too far right.
Would you?
I don't think so, but
Yeah.
He's too much of a religious devil.
I don't think he'd get elected.
Oh, I do. I think he's the only one that would have a chance in this state.
I don't know. George Brockler, he's big on
Access to
Yeah,
the air table if you want to try again.
Did you see my response to your text?
Me?
Suzanne?
Got it.
No.
So now, if you got it. The only thing that's funky about this air table
Is you got to scroll all
Yeah, what?
the way down. But there is a search.
What?
feature. Let's say
Suze?
Sally says she called. I'm sorry.
Hey, Suze.
talking to Dolce. Yeah.
Suze.
I know this is
Listen.
Yeah.
I found the page where I can grant access. Right now, access is granted to me, Help, and you.
Was that this year?
Do I need to do
Yes,
Dolce
Dolce's-
specifically?
Oh, okay.
Well, she's in help, so unless you want her to use a different email.
No, I don't
but
care.
she's in help right now. She's looking at the air table now.
Good, okay.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? John, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
See what color
Say
shoes
that
he's
one
wearing.
more time. Credit card debt settlement. Hang tight. Listen through the phone. You'll be on in just a minute. Credit card debt.
You didn't ask him what his favorite food was.
10 seconds, guys.
Is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, John?
Hey, Tom. How are you today?
Good. What's happening?
So I just wanted to see if you had any tips or ideas on doing a lump sum payment for a credit card.
We do have good information on that. Tell me what you're talking. Are you talking about paying a reduced amount?
Yes. Just kind of like a market.
How much do you have
As
on
you
there?
know, like dealing with her.
How much do you have on there?
Got it maxed out at 17,000.
One of them, just one card or more than one?
Just one.
Okay. Now,
Are you looking? I'm just curious here. Are you looking at just like negotiating it down, or are you looking at what? What exactly are you trying to do?
He's trying to negotiate a lower price for a complete settlement.
Then, just out of curiosity, do you have a lot of other assets that come into play? The worst thing for your credit report's going to be that you're better off as far as the credit goes, depending on your circumstance, to consider doing a Chapter 7 or 11, depending on what your debt looks like.
Gotcha.
Here's the deal, bro. 11 is way too complicated. 90% of them fail. But we're going to come back to you.
13.
We're going to come back to you. Right. Thank you, Mark. It is a 13 or a 7. We're going to come back to you and explain that to you and try to get our expert on, Mike Wink, if we can during the break. So hang on. I'm Tom Martino. This is a good topic. Let's talk about 7 and 13.
What if he has equity in his home and he gets a
Want to see a flood, Doc?
What if he has equity in his
Yeah,
home?
yeah,
and
yeah.
gets
Just
a
let
HELOC?
us know. Like,
Well,
if
you
you can't
have-
get it
you have
worked
an
out, we are
exemption.
more than happy to get involved.
I don't know if he's
okay?
a couple or what, but you have a pretty good exemption.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
yeah.
almost
Just in the subject, the
400,000 somewhere around there.
K&H
No, but if he
K&H
takes out a
Windows problem.
$17,000
But
loan
the email's
and pays
super easy.
7%
Help.
on his HELOC.
Yeah, but if he can just
At
get rid of it and bring
Troubleshooter.
it down to zero and not lose a house or a car.
.com.
That's what I'm saying. But if he gets a $17,000 loan on his house and he's paying off 6% instead of 23%,
Yeah,
he might
just
be
let
able
us
to manage
know.
it.
Yeah, but why? It's
Why
not-
what?
Why would he? Why not just get rid of it?
Mark, if he
just
can,
do the
if
bankruptcy.
he, Mark,
Why, under the circumstance, then
If
you
he
get rid
can.
of the debt altogether.
Yeah.
But then he's
Well, they're
screwed for 7
they're
years.
really
No, he's
good
not.
people. So
He'll
Ken,
have
if you
better
guys
credit
can't
in
work
2
it out,
years.
please.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
No, I can tell.
Better credit.
You know, guys, Mark, are you listening?
Barely, but yes.
Okay.
On that,
Just give us an
I
email.
think
We'll be
Doc
happy
was
to get
saying
involved.
if he can't do a bankruptcy,
No,
home
we got a
equity
couple
loan
of
would be
hands
the
in that,
business.
but it won't be a problem.
Well,
if
I
we
assume
get
if
that
he's
email, we will
struggling
make
paying
sure it
a
gets
credit
marked.
card bill,
Yeah.
he probably is not going to qualify to take any money out.
All right.
That's an assumption that I made
All right.
just
I hope
based
it works. I
upon
hope I don't hear from you.
17,000 in
You're
debt
kinda
with a
right.
minimum
For you,
payment
okay?
is not
All
a
right.
lot.
Take care. Bye. Now that ended up being a what's that?
Did we find out what his total credit
I
card
meant to
debt
put
load is?
Fix-It's information on
17
there.
grand.
I want to pull up the referral list and get Fix-It.
And what is his
Thank
annual
you for
income?
following up on that. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
We don't know any of that.
Oh, okay. I mean, 17 is not much for somebody who has a job, and they'll probably
Ellis and Larry, and then
probably take
Yeah, but he
half.
could be paying that for 100 years, man.
okay,
Oh
LD.
yeah, but the thing is to default and then settle it for half.
Nice. LD, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
My point is the settlement's going to crush his credit, whatever's left of it. Crush it. You're better off doing a bankruptcy than a settlement on a credit card.
Yeah, the Excel
Bankruptcy is
collections.
better for your credit than settlements.
I know
Way better.
I know
What?
somebody that did a bankruptcy because of
Way better.
They got cancer 5 years
Okay.
ago. Can she do it?
Perfect. I will definitely send him
Another
your phone
settlement or
number then. Hang
bankruptcy?
on, let me get that.
7 years.
She has I figured there.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
it's
put-
way
sorry, I
better,
type and
Dimitri, to
talk.
answer your
Gentlemen,
question for the 5th time.
heard your call.
It's just,
Has
I
experience
believe
in
you, but
solving
it's just so shocking
problems.
to hear those words.
Well, first of all, you can only do a
It's so- or,
bankruptcy
okay,
only
in
every
that
7 years.
situation,
You could do a structured
call him if you want
settlement
some
or something
advice,
like that with the
some
company who
advice.
takes it in the shorts that you owe the money to, and that's going to be
LD.
sitting on your credit report for 7 years. A bankruptcy stays on your credit report for 7 years, but in 2 years
LD, what's
you'll
your phone
get
number?
more credit card offers than you ever could imagine in a million years, and your credit will be higher in 2 years after the bankruptcy than 2 years or even 5 years
303-322-2233.
after a big settlement.
So
Okay, thanks,
I guess
LD.
the
Appreciate
linchpin of
you
this would
trying to
be
help
whether or
out.
not
I'll
he
send
has
this to him right
equity in his
now.
house, because if he has equity,
I
he's
don't
going to lose it in
Thank you,
bankruptcy.
bye.
Well, equity
so, Dolce,
over
that guy heard the Excel
over
collections call,
the exempted amount.
and
Same with
he
his
said,
cars.
Hey,
Yeah,
if you
it's
want
a
to
really small
never
amount, though.
give
It's like
our callers
182,000 or
information
something
out
very
without their
similar to
permission.
that.
But if someone calls
Yeah,
in and says, hey,
I don't
wanna help
know.
that guy,
Yeah, it's a
and
very
you have
small
way to
amount.
contact him,
Dan is the one
it's
who told
not
me that.
super big priority, you know what I mean? But
Dan
like
McKenzie.
this, hey, a gentleman heard your call.
Yeah.
Says he has experience.
Well,
in
here,
that.
I'll
Here's
tell you
his phone
exactly
number.
what
If
it
you
is.
wanna
Let's
call
see.
him, leave it to him, okay?
I
Not
think it's
that guy.
more than that.
He
That
did-
might
he didn't
be
wanna come
not
on.
for a
He
couple.
just wanted to give that
It's
guy some advice, which is
250.
fine.
250, yeah.
You're just going to have to use your best judgment. As
And then if you're
you know
over
what I mean?
60, it's actually 350. That's interesting.
Well,
I did this.
so you're correct, but
So
my
referral
point, I
list.
think my overriding point is
I don't know Apple that well, but look here.
17,000 in credit
I
card
just
debt
went
is a
to
silly
the
reason
list.
to go bankrupt if you have a job.
Hang on, referral
I mean,
list.
Well, if he can't pay, if he's
So I
looking to
went
settle
to
it,
their
there's a reason why.
referral
Why is he
list
looking to
listing
settle it?
Here,
Yeah, he might be just
here.
panicking. I think
I
think
hit
it'd be
copy.
great to
I hit
drill
right
down to his
clicked.
income
I hit copy.
and other ongoing
and then I
expenses. Like, what
right
does he do
clicked
with his
again on
money?
the email to hit paste. Did it not work for you? Oh, there it is.
Does he even have a job? I mean, that's the other thing.
Yeah, if he doesn't, they'll take even less than half.
There.
Well, a lot of credit card companies now, they're simply going to do they're going to make you do a bankruptcy. They won't even give in. Or they might at the very last minute.
Wow. What's the cost?
I can't get over the delay there.
What's the cost to go bankrupt?
I hear myself in the monitor in the back, and it's like a solid 2 seconds.
Hey, Suze, are you trying to get Mike Wink on?
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Mike Wink.
Yeah.
For
Of Wink.
bankruptcy. Okay, sorry
Mike
about
Wink
that. I
of
missed
Wink.
that. Not Gigi?
Gigi's not with him anymore.
Oh, that's right.
What happened to Gigi?
So your dad already had him saved, Mike Wink with Wink and Wink Dolce. Sue's here with Martino Show. Got a minute for a call. And then he usually, question mark.
Real quick question, just my own curiosity.
The worst thing, I'll tell you this too, Dimitri, is a foreclosure. A foreclosure is a million times worse than doing a bankruptcy.
I'm actually putting their link of their
Credit
referral list listing.
Credit history.
Does that make sense? So if you go to our referral list and put in fix it, their listing comes up. I copy and paste that link.
But is that's...
It takes them to the referral list.
For a person to go
Yep.
bankrupt.
Yep.
That's what I was like, no,
Depends where you are, man. Colorado, if you're truly broke, a no asset Chapter 7, probably like a cheap way would probably be $1,400 bucks. But if you go to like, there's places in Louisiana, it's probably $600, man.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, Brad? What's your email?
It's pretty affordable.
Dragon? At iHeartMedia?
I wonder why it's not coming up. If they're like looking for a specific one.
Yeah, so I was like, hey, I need a plumber.
Yep, this is what it looked like. I'll let you look on your email.
Because you want those hits, too. You want to give out the client, but you want...
Always.
Yeah, okay.
Always.
See, I knew you knew what you were doing.
I'm a professional. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we're on the long break.
God, these instructions.
What are you talking about?
Go for it. I do it out there, though.
I realized my mic was on. No, it's just what I had.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here, fighting for you. Let's talk. This show is all about solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life a little easier. If you give us a call, we can help you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You can do 303 Martino 24/7. Around the clock, we will pick up your message and call you and get you on the show. So whatever's on your mind, let us know. John has credit card debt, and he wants to know about a lump sum settlement. John, you say you owe about 17 grand. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you owe anything else in your life? Let's take a look. And Mike Wink from the Wink Law Firm, he's a bankruptcy attorney and a debt settlement attorney. He's listening. So you owe 17 grand in credit card debt. What else?
So because of that debt, I also, today I'm selling my car that I bought 2 years ago, and I'm dropping off $550.
Well, what are you doing for transportation?
Well, so I bought a little 07 Highlander for $6,700, and I'm actually going to make hopefully a couple thousand on the sale of this Kia. And I, in lieu of paying off this credit card, I got a junior loan to decrease the percentage of the payment.
Wait, are you talking about the $17,000 balance? You got a loan on it?
I got a junior loan, a second mortgage basically, and that paid out yesterday. So I'm prepared to make a lump sum payment. I just don't want to. If I don't have to pay the $17,000.
I got it. So you got a second mortgage on your home and pulled out 17 grand for this debt, and now you want to try to make it less. Is that correct?
That's it. Yep.
And you're also selling your car to reduce that payment by $500 a month, right?
Yeah, that's gonna. I went from $550 to now I'm paying $180.
What's your income, by the way?
I'm sitting at about $42,000 a year before.
Mike Wink,
gross.
If this guy took a second on his home, now how much equity do you have in your home, John? I got to ask you that one. After the refi,
before. After that, it ended up being it's still sitting around $350.
if you have $350 in equity in your home, you just pulled out lump sum of 17 grand, and you're selling your car, and you're not going to have that payment. Mike, I think he's a bad candidate for a settlement. What about you?
Well, it all depends on, I mean, first of all, he's well positioned to settle, right? I mean, the main thing is he has cash, and I don't know if he's in default on that credit card, but he would have to go into default in order to achieve a settlement. And, you know, so if he settles, if he goes into default for at least about 4 or 5 months, he's probably going to be able to save, you know, about half of that balance. So let's say $8,500 there. You know, there'll be some fees, so let's say it's, you know, he'll save $7,500. But that's the kind of savings he can achieve. Now, I guess the question is, you know, should he be filing bankruptcy instead? And with $350,000 of home equity, he's close to the highest limit there is in Colorado to protect. And you only get that high if either he or somebody, a dependent in the home, is either 60 or older or disabled. How old are you, sir?
52 on Monday.
Yeah. And there's nobody in the home disabled or over 60?
No.
Yeah. So with his home equity, bankruptcy would require him to repay all the debt. So actually, settlement is a good play, and he's well positioned for it because he's got the cash.
Okay, now, Mike,
I think I heard him say that you're going to sell the car. You're going to sell the car for a profit, so you're not looking at a deficiency balance there. Is that right?
Right.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, I have a question. I want to clarify home equity. Home equity is up for grabs beyond exemptions. What are the normal exemptions for a home, starting with just a regular person with no infirmities, not old, just middle-aged person? How much do you get to shelter?
$250,000 of home equity.
And if you're a married couple filing, do you get the $500 if you have a wife?
It's the same. Yeah. No, it's the same. So Colorado law basically says there's one homestead exemption per home. So if you're married, you still only get $250. You're single, you get $250. It's the same deal.
Okay, that's different with the tax law, but because with the tax law you get to exclude $500,000 from your taxes, from your capital gains tax.
And it's different than most other. Yeah, and it's different than most other exemptions in Colorado. So, for example, you get $15,000 of vehicle equity. And you, if you're married, you and your spouse each get 15, but you still only get one home.
How about, just out of curiosity, how about if you were tenants in common?
It's like I said, it's one homestead per property. So there's been a lot of
a normal taxpayer going bankrupt will have $250,000 protected. Okay, what goes beyond $250,000?
What do you mean by that?
Which kind of a filer of a bankruptcy would have more than $250,000?
Right. So typically, a homeowner would find it unacceptable to lose their home in bankruptcy. And frankly, even if they wanted to get out of the home, they'd be better off selling it and dealing with creditors probably outside of bankruptcy. So if you're over the 250 and bankruptcy still makes sense, it's probably because you're not that far over 250. And or you have a lot of debt, right?
All right,
So
but
then-
Mike, what
then
I'm
we could
asking
look at
for,
Chapter 13
what I'm
bankruptcy.
asking for, I'm asking for specific individuals that would be able to exclude more than the standard 250. Are there any other exceptions?
No, it's just if you're 60 or older, if you or a dependent in your home is 60 or older or disabled, then you could protect $350,000.
Okay.
And that's the only other sort of type of homestead exemption that there is.
Okay, it's either 250 or 350. Okay, so John, by the way, wink and wink, they do credit card and all debt settlements. You may want to contact him. Okay, it's winklawfirm.com.
Okay.
The
So,
winklawfirm.com.
just curious
Yeah,
Hey, can I ask John a question?
yeah.
Hey, John, do you have any feeling of a moral obligation to pay your debts?
Why do you ask that, John? Yeah, but why
Well,
do you ask
because
that,
the
Doc?
obvious-
You don't have to answer that,
Because
John.
I think,
John, you don't have to answer that.
because I think,
I do, but yeah.
because
It's how the rules are set up, though, Doc.
I know,
That's just the way it is, man.
I don't get
I'm just
into the
curious the
morality.
consequences.
Okay, listen. The only time I would get into the morality of a bankruptcy is if somebody was stashing gold or cash and cheating the system. But if you're using the rules of the system the way the rules of the system are written, then more power to you if you need to. So what was the purpose? I'm just wondering, Doc. I mean, if you were out of options, would you not consider it because of the morality of it?
he purchased something or somebody provided a service that they're entitled to get paid.
They
for
are
what they
entitled
did.
to get paid. So I'm asking you, Doc, if you were in a situation where you could not pay your bills, you would not do a bankruptcy. You would try to pay everyone.
I would.
Okay. So there are people, but you know, do you understand that there are situations that are so hopeless? What if you're $500,000 in debt with medical bills? What about that?
Well, I was going to ask if it was medical bills.
No, what I'm asking you is, don't you think there's ever a time when a bankruptcy is apropos?
Yes, but I think for $17,000 it's not.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
I understand. You didn't clarify it before when you asked about the morality. But so you're saying 17 grand. John, you understand though, 17 grand in your position is a small amount to pay compared to what you have. And again, you can still get a lump sum settlement. Mike Wink said, listen, they're ready.
I still would like clarification on something.
What?
And I don't know if Mike knows or not, but I think I used the wrong term before. But if you and I own a house together, Tom,
yes,
and it's joint tenancy, you own 50% of the house, I own 50% of it. It's not like a married couple. And we somehow both claim bankruptcy at the same time. Is he saying that only $250,000 total? So my exemption as a person not married owning half that house would only get $125,000 exemption? That's I mean, I'm sure it's happened.
You know what?
That's right. But so the way.
Hold on, let me hear what he says.
Yeah. If let's say that you guys own a home, you both live in it, and one of you files bankruptcy. The home has $350,000 of home equity. You're under 60. You can only protect the $250,000. So you only get $250,000, and then the amount above that, only half of it would be the bankruptcy estate. The other half would be to the person who didn't file bankruptcy. So you'd get $125,000, and then you get half of the extra $100,000 or whatever it is over the $250,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but how about if both of them did bankruptcy at the same time? And let's say there was $500,000 in equity. Would they each get $250,000 in equity?
No, there's only, like I said, there's only one homestead per
Wow,
home.
I didn't know that. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
So the ownership of joint tenancy is where they both own equal shares, Mark, okay? And the other one has right of survivor. They automatically passes. That's what a married couple does. The tenants in common would be maybe if you and I bought a house together, because and we live there. Tenants in common. We each own a share depending on what the partnership agreement is. It could be 70-30, 60-40. And in that case, then there is no right of survivorship. Your share goes to you and your estate, and the other share goes to their estate. So co-owners have the right of the entire property, regardless of percentage. So it's more, tenants in common is more unified, but it's not good for married couples. Now, Mike Wink, what is the most difficult debt to settle?
The most difficult debt to settle tends to be certain business debts where the creditor has done a good amount of due diligence, so they feel like they know a lot about the business and or the individual. So that the more that the debt is qualified, the more that the creditor knows. And in certain cases, the creditor just feels like, hey, I know this person can pay this debt.
Yeah, because they filed like UCCs on the equipment or inventory, right, Mike?
Right, so it tends to be different than credit card, right? Because there's only a certain baseline level of qualification that a credit card lender does before granting you the credit. In many cases, they're just soliciting you into debt. Whereas the bigger the loan, you get into six-figure lines of credit for businesses and things. They can also be settled, but it often then depends on the financial circumstances of both the business and the guarantor, and then what the bank knows about those circumstances.
Hey, real quick, Mike. So if this guy only had $250,000 in equity and he was going to be exempt for them taking the house, let's talk about credit real quick, because you've seen this for people. I would argue that doing a bankruptcy would be a lot better because, A, he's getting rid of the debt altogether, the $17,000. He doesn't have a car or anything they can take that's not exempt. I don't know about firearms and jewelry, but the assumption would be he doesn't have any of that. So bankruptcy compared to doing this, let's talk credit. I would say in 2 years he's going to have 1 million credit card offers back there again because he can't do bankruptcy again. Where if he does his settlement, he's got to pay half of it or whatever you can settle for him, and he's not going to get another credit card for maybe 5 years.
Right. This is a good case that sort of touches on everything you guys were talking about, because the amount of debt that he has. If I was having a consultation with him, I said, look, he's different than a lot of the people I talk to because he actually could pay this debt if he wants to. He sounds like he's got the money to do it. He's also getting rid of a car and taking an older car to survive. So, I certainly wouldn't blame him for filing. And filing will be the cheapest way to deal with it. And then he'll have about a year of really tight credit, and then within 2 to 3 years, he can have a 700 credit score and be eligible for, a low interest rate mortgage. So,
yeah, a lot of people don't realize it's way worse on a credit report having a bankruptcy on there because, like Mike said, a year or 2 years from now, your credit could be up to 700 again, credit card offers, cars, whatever you want. But if you're consistently 30, 60 days late on your mortgage, 40, 4 or 5 months plus on a credit card, yeah, your credit's toast, man.
Mark, many people have gone through debt settlement and they've spent 4 and 5 years paying every single dime, and then no one will look at them for the next 7 years, and they're more penalized, as you say, than doing a bankruptcy. More penalized for not paying.
Big time.
For not paying.
One of the reasons with credit cards or unsecured is these companies are going, look, maybe he's got a house. It's definitely got some equity in it. Whether it's in the exemption or not doesn't matter, but they can't file bankruptcy again once you file it. That's why your credit comes back so quick, right, Mike? Because if you do get in debt again and you do have equity, they can go snag it.
Exactly. And what you guys are really talking about is if your credit is bad enough, bankruptcy is actually the fastest way to rehabilitate it. And that's kind of an odd concept, but it is definitely true for certain types of people.
And Mike, is 410-1720 still a good number?
Yeah, that number works. We also have the 523-0620, 720-523-0620.
And I'm sorry, I'll give that, or give that out again in a second, Mike. But one more question, just is for everybody listening.
Mark,
are you
do me
seeing
a favor.
an
Mark, do
uptick
me a
in
favor.
biz?
We don't have time for the answer. I want to give them more time right after the break. So let's do this and come right back.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless. There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. The brand new free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk for your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying plan. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans for Americans.
I can't say enough about ZeroResDenver.com. You know, a lot of people say ZeroRes is great for their carpets, but do they realize ZeroRes can do any flat surface in your home, including tile and grout, stone surfaces. You can do upholstery. You can do mattresses, hardwood floors, laminates. They do it all with the least amount of water, but it's highly softened, purified, alkaline-based water, which is the best cleaning agent in all of nature. ZeroResDenver.com. Man, do I love these people. Less water, less crap. In fact, they take out all of the stuff from your previous cleanings. So you want them for better indoor air quality and safer home all the way around. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. And you will get 3 rooms for around $119 and $75 off duct cleaning. ZeroResDenver.com. Gravinas. We love these people because they've been around so long serving people in the right way. They have the heritage most companies just pray for. Gravina's been around so long, an offshoot of Mr. Gravina, who started this company. Larry worked with his dad, then started his own company in the 80s, and now Nick has joined him, and they are the complete deal. More than 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. They have what you need. So give them a call, 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com.
Daughter got a...
Hey, Tommy?
Yes?
Okay, Mike Wink said you called him on a personal matter yesterday. He said he can call you around 2:30 today.
Good.
Does that work for you?
That'll be
sounds
excellent.
great.
Thanks.
Okay, and then also I think... So I had just put the website out because I thought it was such a nice website, but Mike did say 888-NOW-WINK is the number he wants to use.
Okay, that's what we'll use. Okay.
And I think when you're tabbed into that square and I'm editing it, you don't see it.
Oh, okay.
If you're tabbed in a square and I've put something new in that same field, you're not going to see it until you tab out.
Okay, got it.
Does that make sense?
Yep, totally.
Okay. Yeah.
And Tom, I got a meeting at noon. I'll be in the building, but I do have a meeting at noon, and I was going to record with Joe and Jordan to get that the hell off my plate for the week.
Okay.
How old are your kids, Brooke?
They are, one's going to be 4 next week, and the other one's 2.
Oh, man. So
I know.
you're not getting them a credit card anytime.
Hey, Mark.
No.
Mark.
But I'm going to set them up and tell me if this is dumb. I've just been told that I could set them up as employees for the company and then give them like a Roth IRA limit is $9,000
Sure.
a year. And so give them a salary for $9,000 and then
Sure.
put it into the Roth.
I
don't know.
You can listen to this.
I know nothing.
Listen to this. So this guy got his kid, or the grandparent got the 18-year-old an annuity.
Okay.
18 years old, $10,000 annuity. Okay, paid cash, $10,000. You're not going to see that $10,000 forever.
Yeah.
So when that kid hits 67 or 68, I forget the exact number, he's got over $1 million.
That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
So no matter what, that kid will have $1 million to retire with.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, you just never tell him about it because as it grows, if he, somehow jumped into it. But then if you did that, a Roth like that and get it up and then fund the annuity at a very young age, then they wouldn't even pay taxes when they take the money out. Although in 50, 60 years, our tax code could be completely different.
And also $1 million will probably worth $10,000 now.
No, get out of here.
Don't say that, Doc, okay? Don't say that, Doc.
I think what I'm going to do, Dolce, do you remember how to use the phones?
1974.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do is when Mark leaves at
Inflation
noon,
rate.
I'll be on the phones in
No,
there,
not 1950.
and I'm going to put you
do-
on the phones.
It'll be
here.
1974.
Let's do 60
We'll
years.
just get you
So
rocking and rolling back on the phones.
65.
You only use this side.
75, 85,
Never
95,
touch-
105,
It's
115,
a screener
120.
side.
So
185,
1960.
So here, you pick up the
Isn't it
Troubleshooter Show. What's your first name?
I'm going to
field
ask it
out,
even a
and here's
better
your
way.
In this world.
Okay, and then when the call's done,
What
you pick
was
it back up.
$1 million
Sometimes I hang up. You know what I mean.
worth in
I know you did phones before.
1965
Like, you did a whole summer,
compared
didn't you?
to
Basically.
current? Let's see here.
Oh. Hey, Mike. Tom said 230 would be just fine.
$1 million in 1965 is equivalent.
Okay.
Equivalent to
And then I'm going to put
purchasing
you back
power
on
to
hold,
about
and when Tom's
10
done with you
million
after the break, you can just hang
today.
up, or we can say goodbye,
an
whichever.
increase of $9 million. 10
seconds, guys. Hang on.
Colorado. This message presented by the Colorado High School Activities Association and the Colorado Athletics Directors Association.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Mark, you were going to ask Mike Wink from winklawfirm.com a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious. Are we seeing an uptick, a downtick? I mean, what's been going on? If we go back to when I first met you, Mike, going back to like 2010 or maybe a little after that, my God, bankruptcies were like every other person I knew was going through a bankruptcy, generally because of possible foreclosure on their home. I mean, those were the good old days for you guys. You know, you were doing so many bankruptcies, you had to turn away business. Where are we at now, and what do you see the future being?
We're definitely on the uptick. Probably not to where that peak was after the 2009 financial crisis, but we're seeing a lot more activity sort of steadily ramping over the last, I'd say, 18 months, 24 months, and there's a lot of people getting sued by credit card lenders, I'm finding, a lot of small business failures.
If you had to say the number one reason now, is it just mismanagement, credit card debt, or is it a small business going under? I know it's a hodgepodge of everything, but what does your gut say the main reason is? People spending beyond their means like normal?
Right. I would say that that the tail end of COVID led to people incurring more debt, especially small business owners, to survive.
Yeah.
And what's happened is they then went into default, and the defaults have now aged to the point where you're starting to see legal action. And that's really what pushes people to contact us.
And a lot of people now are going to have to start repaying these student loans forever, which you can't get rid of in debt. So, I mean, that's going to most likely make them incur debt somewhere else. How about hospitals real quick? Medical bills. I know they can't like report on your credit report for like a year or something, but how does that look in bankruptcy? If you owe $500,000 for a surgery, an emergency surgery you couldn't afford, or a helicopter ride to it or something like that, how does that look these days? Does the hospital sue you and you still got to pay it eventually?
Absolutely. Medical creditors will sue you eventually. I think you're right that if smaller medical bills don't report on your credit, that's one of those kind of steady. I don't know if that's as cyclical as like credit card debt and business debt and those defaults. I mean, there's just certain people who don't have the right insurance coverage or the ability to pay, the high out-of-pocket costs.
Yeah.
And so, that's kind of a steady thing, but you can absolutely settle those debts or get a discharge on them in bankruptcy. So there's ways to deal with it. And we see a lot of that. But like I said, I don't know that that's driving the current sort of surge.
You know what? I got a friend, or I should say an acquaintance or a neighbor. He was telling me the other day, so in 3 months, his furniture from American Furniture comes due, or else all the interest kicks in from day one, which in his case was like, 1 year, 8 months ago. So his $20,000 in furniture is going to be like $50,000, and he's made just the minimum payments on it, but it all comes due. His tires come due like this month, and then his roof repairs come due in about 6 months. And how many people do you think do that? They put off. They put all this interest off for 1 or 2 years, and all of a sudden you owe $100,000, or else interest is kicking in at 29%.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a real triple, quadruple whammy. I'm not sure that that's the most common example, but it's indicative of the fact, and again, COVID kind of contributed to this, where you were able to put certain things off, like student loans, right? And now
rent payments.
You got to start paying them, right. And so we do see that, and I think that's what is driving the market, is just like certain things are coming due now. And not only that, but people are in default on them.
And I want to ask you about some place Doc was going to go. I probably have, and Doc, please, join in, but let's let Mike do it. Putting guilt on someone, hey, you got the money, you owe it. Well, let's talk about Trump. I love Trump, but here's the reality. He did a ton of bankruptcies with his businesses, because that's part of our code. Why wouldn't you use that? Everybody uses it. You'd be insane not to play. Yeah, I'm not saying play outside the rules, but if you can make all your debt go away and make your credit card situation better in a couple of years, and make your life better for that matter, and that's part of the rules this country's set up, I don't see any problem doing that whatsoever. I would never feel guilt about it, because everybody's done it, or anybody that needs to. In fact, I'd say people that wouldn't consider it, wouldn't do it, and actually end up paying more money, hurting their credit, not being able to buy their kids stuff, not being able to go on a vacation because they decided not to do it. I think they're the ones that are wrong. So as a bankruptcy attorney, I'd like your opinion on that.
Well, it's a good topic. Part of what our job is almost part therapist, to help people come to grips with the need for debt relief. And I think that part of the issue is that when they can't pay their debt, they've already got the problem. But they view bankruptcy as the problem, when bankruptcy is actually the solution. Most people who file, the vast majority of people who file, feel terrible about it. They never wanted to be here. Whether it was their fault or not, it doesn't matter. They didn't plan on it, right? And so coming to grips with it is a difficult thing. What I like to point out, number one, is, like you said, the law is there, right? So why not take advantage of the law? And then number two, which I think is also important to look at, is the borrower is in a personal dilemma. Well, the bank doesn't view things that way. They enforce their rights legally, and so I try to get people to think in those terms. You're not, you're taking this personal, but for the bank, you're just a number, and they're not going to necessarily, feel for you based on your hardship. They're not going to necessarily just forgive your debt.
And when it comes to banks,
for your family and your future.
When it comes to banks, I'd even go a step further and say these are the same organizations that, I'll just take my lifetime. I remembered a period of time where, my goodness, if we were $3 short in our bank account, we'd owe them $100. We'd be negative in the hole on a $10 check when we were in our teens. I remember banks putting the screws to me in my late teens and early 20s, like you couldn't believe. Then credit card debt at 29%, showing up on campuses and basically ramming credit card down these kids' throat because they get a free CU sweatshirt if they sign up for a credit card. My God, they're asking for the problem.
Mark,
they are the problem.
Thank you very much. We got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino. More on the Troubleshooter Show coming up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Well, up to the north, we've had some construction work along I-25 southbound, just down past I-76. It looks like lanes are blocked to the right side, and it's backed up basically past the turnpike, a little jammed up on the ramps also leading on to I-25, including the Boulder Turnpike. 270 still a little sluggish, especially west through Vasquez. And it looks like down south we're improving. They just cleared the accident northbound 25 at 225. It's slow from that point heading north up towards Colorado. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
Sheridan Auto Tech is the place to go for maintenance and repairs and electrical issues, but also if you want to have a car checked out before you buy it. That's SheridanAutotech.com. All of those services available, and they also have integrity, honesty, longevity, value, and convenience, everything you want. On Colfax, west of Wadsworth, well worth the drive no matter where you're coming from. 303-455-7242. All makes and models, 303-455-7242. That is SheridanAutotech.com. If you go to mybiggestreturn.com, what are you going to see? You're going to see a program where you can become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. And you can make 30 to 80% returns in a year when amortized. What they do is help you and counsel you on where to buy a rental. These are markets they've researched. Once you do that, then they help you buy it. And then they get a management company to take care of the day-to-day details. And then Vestera even takes your phone calls if you have any for the property. They totally take it off your hands. Then when it's time to sell, they counsel you there. You became a landlord and you made a profit, all because of mybiggestreturn.com.
Tommy?
Yes.
Hey, Tommy?
Yes.
I held the line one because he had
Got it.
another question for Mike,
I'm
and then
sorry.
line two
Okay,
has a question.
okay.
That's
That's
okay.
fine.
Interesting. Oh, who paid this?
Springtime in Colorado, and if you hate the paint, do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our house was built in 1986, and the paint was starting to look a little worn. I thought I need to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, it was done.
And right now, Colorado, you can
The laser? Oh.
We believe recovery is possible. Your journey to healing and a healthier life begins here. The Raleigh House can help. Visit the Raleigh House.
10 seconds, guys.
TheRaleigh house.com. Take the first step toward a brighter future today.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John has another question for Mike Wink from the Wink Law Firm, winklawfirm.com. Go ahead, John. And then we have Robert, who also has a question. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Mike. So I'm just curious, like working with you, the likelihood that like the debt's going to get cut down, and like what are the consequences if it doesn't like go to?
Sure. It's a very, very high likelihood that you're going to achieve the debt relief that we're selling you, and to the extent there's a range of outcomes, I will point that out. The types of debt that you're not going to get out of typically would be like what would be considered like civil theft, certain kinds of domestic support obligations, certain kinds of taxes. But we're very good at identifying on the front end before you even retain us, what you can get relief on and what you can't. And if you can't,
Gotcha.
we'll tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
the consequences tend to be that, we talked about bankruptcy. After you file bankruptcy, you're going to have really tight credit for 6 to 12 months, and then it's going to loosen up. And then within 2 to 3 years, you're going to have very, very good credit if you just do the things to improve your credit, like get a credit card and use it and pay it every month. That's like the best thing you can do. And, pay it on time, of course. And if you're settling debt, we kind of talked about that too. While you're settling, your credit kind of suffers. Maybe it doesn't go as low as it goes when you file bankruptcy, but it might sort of suffer for longer. I kind of say bankruptcy is like a surgery on your credit, where settlement is like a homeopathic solution. So you might be a little sick longer, even though you might not be quite as weak as you'd be after surgery. But in both cases, once the debt's relieved, your credit will improve.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I'm not too worried about the credit card. I prefer just to go without any credit cards for the time being, obviously. So like a lump sum payment at some point, and I just don't want to go backwards, like not paying this credit card company. But they can obviously see that I'm getting nowhere with it. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. When you're on that financial treadmill of minimum payments, you're not getting out of debt. And the cost of the debt then becomes like a multiple of it, like 150% to 200% when you pay it over time.
Absolutely. Okay, Tom, Mike, Mark,
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
See you, man.
And we have another question for you, or another issue. Let's talk to Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, hi, Tom. Thank you for taking my call. Mr. Wink, I understand that an inherited IRA is attachable when filing a bankruptcy. Is that correct?
That is. So almost all retirement accounts are protected, even ones awarded in a divorce. But when you inherit one, you lose that protection. There may be ways to roll it over into an IRA in your name and thereby achieve protection. So that's something we could look at. But the starting point would be if you inherit an IRA, it's not a protected asset.
Okay. Well, needless to say, I appreciate your help. The second part of the question would be, I live in Phoenix. We'll be moving back to Colorado. I understand you have to have residency in the state for 3 months. Is that correct? Prior to filing bankruptcy in that state?
Correct. I mean, it's not quite that formal, but 3 months does the trick. Really, the better part of 90 days, even 50 days is sufficient.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right.
I'll reach out and we'll start the process. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yeah,
now,
thank you.
Parker has a comment on bankruptcy. Go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, hi, Tom and Mr. Wink. Yeah, what Mr. Wink was saying there, we ran into that during the 2009 debacle there. My dad and I had a building that we had with our business, and our company lost like about $1.5 million in about a 9-month period, just due to losing some big customers that we had. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Wink is right. I mean, the banks really do not care, on a personal level. We tried everything to work with them to, keep from having to take a bankruptcy. But they, we just couldn't work with them. It was just a matter of, either pay or you guys, we're going to foreclose on your building here,
And Mike, why do you
ultimately,
think, why do you think that attitude prevailed then? What tell me what you think.
Well, I think it's a good question, because there's definitely times when their aggression leads to them getting less than they would have if they would have worked with you, especially if you're a good candidate for bankruptcy. I think that there's also situations where the debtor is buffaloing the creditor and has more means to pay, and the creditor doesn't know. Right? They really don't know what's on the other side. And so I think that part of the reason they take the tactic of, we're going to run our collection playbook regardless of what you say, is that they don't believe you, or they can't,
Right.
they just feel like that's a better way to go. And it's hard to get them out of that playbook. I've tried a lot, and very few times have I ever had success with it.
All right, Mike Wink, thank you very much. WinkLawFirm.com, 888 now Wink.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Well, up to the north, we've had some construction work along I-25 southbound, just down past I-76. It looks like lanes are blocked to the right side, and it's backed up basically past the turnpike. A little jammed up on the ramps also, leading on to I-25, including the Boulder Turnpike. 270 still a little sluggish, especially west through Vasquez. And it looks like down south we're improving. They declared the accident north at 25 at 225. It's slow from that point, heading north up towards Colorado. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
K&H Home Solutions now has K&H Painting Pros. You can take advantage of this company's heritage. They've been around 65 years for window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. And they also have painting pros right now. So anything on the outside of your house, from your roof, gutter, soffits, fascia, siding, windows, doors, and more. Also, of course, they have painting. And these are people that have warranties that they stand behind. 303-421-7100, 421-7100, khwindows.com. Don't fret when you're in an accident and you're wondering where to get information. There's an attorney you can call, John Fuller, and ask your questions without hiring him. In other words, when you call, they don't just jam you into a contract. You can call and talk to John. Just ask the people who answer the phone, may I talk to John Fuller? He might have to call you back, or you get him right then. He'll answer every question about your case with no obligation. And then if you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you even get his cell phone number to use anytime you need it. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
right away. No waiting to say.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
We had a guy call us because
I bet he can.
He says he couldn't poop anymore. Yeah, he said, what was the problem? What happened?
His prescriptions. The pharmacist gave him something that backed him up.
Oh, yeah. A pharmacist gave a call or
So he
something
wants
to
to-
back up his bowels, Dolce, and he called the show because he can't go poop anymore.
So now he wants to sue the pharmacist.
What?
Yeah.
He has to sue the pharmacist.
It was one of our better moments.
Okay, so do you see this? Look at this email and help. Says, thank you, Deputy Bo. I mean, Deputy Bo probably saw this, and we need to update our listeners and give Bo the credit and all of that. So you're going to reach out to this lady via email. You don't. Boy, I wanted to for coming out, taking the time to explain due to my current situation. Wow. Okay, yeah. So it's successful. You don't have to read the novel that she sent, but we will say, hey, can we call you to update our listeners in Tom on the air? And yep. Just say, hey, we'd love to have you on the air to update the listeners. You got time today? If so, shoot me your number, and then just be on the lookout to see if you call her, and she says, yeah.
First 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
Today at walkms.org.
Hello, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have Brooke White with us from Red Rocks Roof and Solar, and I have a text that wants to know, Brooke, if they have a commercial operation, how does he know if he will qualify for the REAP grant? That's a grant that can actually pay for the whole system. Is there any rule of thumb that you can give?
As long as it's a business with income, like a real business, not one that just got started yesterday, most folks qualify as long as it's a electric bill replacement. I haven't had a lot of denials.
All right,
The
hold
issue
on,
is
and we'll
that
talk.
that REAP
We'll
grant-
talk more about this coming up. Hold on, Brooke. This is really important.
I'm going to go in there. Yep, you're going to sit there, but I have the phone in there too.
You're the boss now.
Oh, gosh.
Nah.
Alrighty. I'm going to sit in here with Miss Brooke.
Hey, you coming over?
Yeah. Look at you, your hair up.
Well, I've got like an abnormally small head. My 4-year-old and I wear
You have
this
an abnormally what?
small head.
That's funny because a geneticist told me I had a large head.
It doesn't look like it.
Really? I wear the same size hats as my 4-year-old, so I'm just adding some extra fluff to help with the headphones.
Do you want smaller headphones to adjust?
Are you sure?
I think I have some.
Okay. If not, really,
You want
this is
smaller
fine.
ones?
It's no big deal. Whatever works.
Let's see. I don't know if they're like better on the ears.
I feel like in my office now being surrounded by women.
Right? We're taking over. Watch out.
Those are all the way in, huh?
Yeah,
I don't know if these are going to be...
I'm super small.
Let's try it.
Okay.
Well, those might be short. Let me see if mine are a little, because mine...
No, these are good.
Does that really work better than these?
100%. Yep, we're good.
Hey, Tommy,
Yeah.
I'm going to be in your chair monitoring phones, and Dolce's going to be in the control room doing the phones.
Oh, good.
We'll see how it works.
New Jersey officials saying a wildfire in Ocean County could grow to be the state's largest in 20 years. Firefighters saying they're making progress. ABC's Trevor Ault is at the scene.
We saw some active flames earlier here this morning, and a big problem that is still impacting the area where we are, about 90 miles south of New York City, and all the way up to New York City, is the haze of smoke that's been surrounding the area. And until we get that rainfall, this fire is going to be ongoing.
Hey, Sirs.
Here, she can now.
Hi, Sirs.
Piled on wood pallets, then left the area. Elon Musk indicating that he tends to focus more on his job as Tesla chief. Sales have plunged amid protests over Musk's embrace of right-wing views and rival electric vehicle makers' housing. Investors sent Tesla stock rising 5% a day after Musk announced that he would be scaling back his
Let's see here.
role in Washington. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
Yeah. Is that with let me look here. I came into the control room. Is that with that oh shoot, I don't have it up right now. Let me look though. Give me just a hot minute. Who was the caller?
Caller's name is Bond. It was regarding a Jeep Wrangler that they was running out of oil. Came in Tuesday at 11:40.
Tuesday at 11:45. Okay, and it's Bonnie, you said. Alrighty, hang on, mister. I got this.
You're gonna be in studio tomorrow, Suze?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Our car guys are just, no Kevin or Jeff, just Rod Greer and the leasing guy.
Okay.
ultimately determine policy. CASA pledged to keep supporting schools while respecting the diverse views across its membership. Severe weather is possible in parts of Colorado today.
Starting off with sunshine, it will be temperatures today reaching into the 60s. Heads up with some storms as we head into later on this afternoon. Starting as early as noon, 1 o'clock, lasting into later on this evening. And some of these storms have potential to become severe with some large hail, damaging winds, even isolated tornadoes out over the eastern front.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burrs. That's the latest Punch Half Hour.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
They were not doing too badly on the highway. Slow down coming south of the downtown Illinois, up from 6th Avenue to the Central Valley. Maybe a little sluggish, not a big delay. After the construction work on 25 southbound I-73, they completed that project. It's better. I-70 east from Peoria up to Penny, sluggish and Penny. But it may be a little bit around the airport. You know, that after that Arvada, 52nd and Ward Road, it's a rollover Jeep. Crews are on the scene with some blades. Good traffic at John Casino. Hi, I'm Kyle, founder of
I am doing something that has to be done. I get all these all of these instructions of different from different people. They're all different. The anesthesiologist, the surgeon, the hospital. And I'm trying to, and they say do the most restrictive, because some of them say no eating for 48 hours. Some say 12 hours. And so
Can you do clear liquid?
Yeah, I can do only that for 48 hours.
I had to do a 2-day fast last month for colonoscopy. Members Mark,
Yeah.
chicken broth is the tastiest chicken broth out there.
What is
Not
it
even
called-
lying.
What is it called?
It's Sam's Club Members Mark chicken broth. It is the tastiest chicken broth.
Better than Swanson's?
Better.
I love that you know that.
Well, figured it out accidentally, Brooke.
Right? Everything went well this last time, though?
Yeah, I'm all good. I'm good for 10 years. Oh, were you around when I was having to die, like dying from fasting?
Yeah, you had already ordered your burger because you were like, I'm going in at this time.
7, I think.
My burger will be ready for you to pick up.
And that was one day I'm good
10
for.
seconds, guys.
Our website, green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. All right. So, Bo, I understand you have a follow-up on a case you're working on?
Yes, it's actually Chopper's case. We're working on it together. Came in Tuesday at 11:45. The caller's name is Bonnie.
She on March 8th, she bought a 2013 Jeep Wrangler, 107,000 miles from AutoNation Subaru. After a month, check engine light came on. It was low on oil. She added oil, but it did not clear the code. Some friends checked it out, told her no problems. An oil solenoid, she finds out, failed. She has a 10-year unlimited mileage warranty she paid $3,198 for. The warranty is denying the claim, saying the reason the oil solenoid went out is because she was low on oil.
Yeah, they were saying that she ran the vehicle out of oil.
Yeah.
So apparently they drove after 2,500 miles. It did lose 3.5 quarts of oil.
That's a lot.
So they were not. She took it over to Auto. I believe it was the Chrysler Jeep dealer. I don't know what was going on there, but the warranty claim and the dealer wouldn't do anything about it. They were accusing her of running the vehicle out of.
And they had no evidence of that.
Right. So apparently someone from the AutoNation dealer was listening to the show Tuesday, and we made a few inquiries that afternoon. The service manager, Matt Click, called Bonnie and said to bring the vehicle in, that they were going to conduct an oil consumption test on the vehicle. And if they could prove this, then they're going to go back. They're going to step up and go back to the warranty company.
Did they do it yet, Bonnie? Oh, she's not on.
The air.
I'm
but
sorry.
she's
Right.
going to take the vehicle in
Okay.
today. So this is a step in the right direction. Now they're admitting that they need to do something because this warranty was expensive.
But how would an oil consumption test help her?
I think the oil consumption test would prove beyond a doubt that she didn't run it out of oil, that it's using oil. I mean, you're right. They need to start somewhere instead of just
Right. Okay.
accusing her.
Well, at least now she's getting some action, and that's better than nothing.
Because of the show that they're going to take some sort of action. And if they can get this verification of the consumption, then hopefully the warranty will kick in and do the engine repair.
Now, there are a lot of people up in arms about a summer camp for kids. And I don't know if this is real news or not, but I think it is because I went to BoulderValleyHealth.org, teen clinic, sex ed. It's the sex ed summer camp. And I've gotten a lot of messaging on the show here saying, what do I think of it? I haven't had a lot of time to digest it. But according to this pamphlet, it looks like it comes from Boulder Valley Health Center. They do all kinds of services, including abortions and all kinds of other things like STDs and, prevention and all that. And they're going to have a sex summer camp. And it says, learning ourselves and our world. This justice-rooted camp will help guide your young people in navigating their changing bodies and this changing world. They will talk about bodies beyond the binary, the mysteries of puberty, feelings and how to navigate them, consent and communication, and so much more. This is for grades 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And it says that the title of the camp make you feel squirrely. If so, this might be a perfect camp for you or for your kid. Sex Ed Summer Camp is everything your camper won't always get to learn in school. Some topics will include bodies, beyond binary, and then they go on for all the rest, of course. Join us at one of our caregiver meetings to find out more. So I'm not reading anything shocking. I think if you have conversations with your kids at home, outside education is going to be an adjunct to that. It doesn't sound. What do you think? Anybody? Mark, what do you think of this class? Or Mark or Suze? Mark's not there right now. Anyway, so many people have sent me this brochure because they feel it's not appropriate. I think it is.
Tom, in my opinion, based on what you just read, that sounds like it's just over the line between sex ed and actual grooming.
Grooming?
Yeah.
Whoa.
For aberrational sexual activities with minors. There is absolutely no stranger out there who belongs in this kind of a conversation with somebody else's child. And that age is way too early to start talking about non-binary and transition and sexual activities for anybody but parents. So these are adults that are sticking their nose exactly where it doesn't.
Why do you think they're doing it? Why is there such an emphasis nowadays about getting to our kids? Honest to God, why is there such? I don't understand it. I mean, do you truly think they want to groom them? I refuse to believe that a bunch of adults got together and said, let's groom these kids so they're more amenable.
This is perverted. I mean, if somebody really wants to educate young kids of the age that you just described, there are so many more appropriate topics for strangers and teachers to discuss with children. And,
but Dimitri, don't forget, this is voluntary. It's not a school-sponsored or state-sponsored.
No, it is voluntary.
Event.
Right, it's voluntary, but I'm talking about perverted adults sticking their nose into strangers' children's private business, and that nose does not belong there, voluntary or not.
So, according to you.
Well, yeah, okay.
Okay, well, what do you think about it, Doc? What do you think about it?
No, I agree with Dimitri.
Okay,
so
I think it's inappropriate.
Your comment sounded more accusatory than inquisitive.
What he meant was that we all have our own voice on this, and he agrees with you. But I mean, so here's what I want to know: why are people up in arms about this if it's voluntary? Don't send your kid. I mean, what? I mean,
Exactly.
are you saying that
That was
other
my
kids
point,
shouldn't have?
Dimitri.
What if other parents want their kids to see this? So anyway, that was my point. And here's
You know what,
a
Tom?
thing.
I think it's going to be people.
Go
Can
ahead,
I just
John.
finish?
Just-
I
yeah,
think
just
it's
go
going
ahead.
to be woke parents. It's going to be woke parents who want their children to be woke,
And they have a
And
right
If they
to
didn't
do
go to
it.
this camp, they would get it at home.
And they have a
So
right to
it
do it.
really is probably a moot point because the only people that are going to be sending their kids there are people who already believe in this nonsense.
Okay, and one thing I wanted to mention, from emails that I get from friends and colleagues and people who just send me stuff, there seems to be a fear out there amongst conservatives that somehow the schools and the liberal agenda wants to groom your children to accept transgendering more than ever before. It's a major topic. And I want to know, Mark. No, Mark's not here. Suze, can you do a poll? Do you know how to do a poll?
Sure do.
Let's do a poll on YouTube. Do you believe that the liberal agenda and school system is to? Do you believe the agenda of liberals and the school system is to groom your children to accept and to encourage transgendering? I'm curious. Again, I'm not waving a flag here or trying to tell you what to do. All I'm saying is, what do you think? Do you think there is a concerted effort? You know, look at all the stuff going on outside of schools and inside schools even, but it almost like they're trying to indoctrinate our children.
Not almost. There's brainwashing going on.
But a lot of people would say that's happening with conservatives or the Christian right. You know, the same kind of thing, only the other side. It's also brainwashing. Again, I think parents and families, see, we're a melting pot in America. And other than, and I don't think anybody, liberal or conservative, truly believe in discrimination and hate. I don't. I think those are weapon words used by each other to make them look bad. I think that if we can agree that we're not coming from a position of hate, then we should be able to groom our own children. Our children should be brought up with our system of values. That's what families are. And different families have different values. One family can't dictate another family. Okay, that's where I stand. I mean, why is there a concerted effort with these story times and morality plays and summer camps? Why is there a concerted effort to try to groom our children, or is there not? Maybe I'm exaggerating. You're saying there's brainwashing. I'd like to know, Suze, if you can put up that poll. We'll find out right after this. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, guys, let's talk about this. Fix It 24/7 will come out to your home for a merely $49. It's a loss leader. Listen, they send a guy out there, spend up to 2 hours on your sump pump. They pull the pump, they check the pump, adjust the pump, lubricate if needed, and then they take care of the sump pit, all for just $49 with a no breakdown guarantee that your sump pump will work. Don't wait until you're getting heavy rains and snow melt and mud and slush and all that to find out it's not doing its job. You know what? Even if you have insurance, when you have water intrusion and you have a mess to clean up, it is a hassle. Avoid it with fixmyhome.com. Book now. Fixmyhome.com. Book now, just $49. Gravina's has been around for more than 60 years, 70 years. And you know why? Because they do the job right. And not only do they have the heritage, this longevity, which I really cherish, but they have choice. You know, I hate when I go to a place, and you know the ones, they have one line of window. This is our window, so-and-so by so-and-so, or certain windows, right? Well, guess what? You have multiple choices when it comes to Gravina's on 950 West Evans. They have 50 lines of windows. You'll find one for you, whether it's your rental, your dream home, or your fix and flip. And they have multiple lines of doors and siding and everything else you need. 303 Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com.
Awesome. How long are you going to stay in Nashville? Are you going to stay there for like a long weekend?
No, we go in Wednesday, come home Monday.
Okay, so
and
that's
the shows
awesome.
are Thursday, Saturday.
Thursday, Saturday? Huh. Why do they divide up the show? I mean, that's so cool.
The whole thing is the no repeat set list stuff. So you won't hear any repeat songs. Now, what I don't know,
Which is pretty amazing.
You know, I have those tickets to Denver. We haven't decided what we're doing with those.
Yeah, just keep you
so
posted.
I don't know. You want to be like first to know about that if we decide not to take them or whatever.
If that's okay, yeah.
Yeah, but we don't know if that means whatever they played in Nashville would not get played in 2 nights in Denver. Does that make sense?
I'd probably get played
Son
one
of
of the
a
nights.
bitch.
It's probably city-based.
That's why you should get them
Don't you think?
declawed.
Well, no, what I mean is like if it's a no repeat set list tour, and they play X songs Thursday night next week, X songs Saturday night.
It's my cat.
Yeah.
Come to Denver, will any of those
Damn
songs
thing's
get
climbing
played,
up my
or they're all
speakers.
different? I don't know how many songs.
No, then put her off.
Yeah, I don't think they would have enough songs to do no repeat.
Just punch her like a football.
That's what I'm trying to
She'll
say.
listen.
I think it's per city.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
wonder if it's going to be the same show in Denver, essentially.
I like how my ears
Right.
turned on for that. I was like,
keep it posted. How many do you have in Denver? Is it 2 or?
When I bought the tickets,
Yeah.
and this is an aftermarket, this was what I got like the pre-sale. So
Mhm.
what the Ticketmaster was selling them for.
Telling
4
you how to
tickets,
take a shower.
$2,000.
Oh, yeah.
But it's for 2 nights. So it's one
You have to
ticket,
use
but it
bar
gets you into
soap.
2 nights.
That's not bad.
What the hell
so
is that
$250 a night per person for Metallica? Come on, bro. Like that's not bad at all. Not at all.
But why did what kind of
Stupid.
stuff?
Okay, so you know how like my generation
Yeah.
now has money because we're like older now,
That's-
right? So like
that's
the
what they
stupid
want.
90s bands that like one hit wonders,
Huh?
tickets are going for like $800
No, it says
bucks
pure
a pop.
soap.
And I'm like, no.
Yeah, crazy.
You know? Yeah. So
you grew up in the 90s then?
Yeah, I mean, I was born in '89, but
Okay,
really
you're
I'm
that
a
age younger. Okay,
yeah.
Actually, more than a decade. 14 years then. I just turned 50.
Nuh-uh. What'd you do for it? Anything fun?
Yeah, we went and saw my favorite band in Nevada.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who'd you guys go see?
My favorite band is the Killers.
Oh.
So we've seen them like 30 times.
I've wanted to see them live. Are they good?
So good.
Yeah?
So, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we've seen them so many times.
They're on my list for sure.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
We've just done, with little kids, a lot less concerts.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I'm sure we'll get back into it, especially since we're so close to, Red Rocks has some cool shows, and we've driven down to Albuquerque to see some shows before, too, and
Yeah.
and it's kind of a fun
And I
road
love
trip
Red
experience.
Rocks. Now, why let your viewers weigh in? Why didn't did the poll come in? Do you guys see it?
I don't see
it. It won't. Oh, I know why. Because of the word you had me use, Tommy.
What? Grooming?
I bet we're getting flagged.
No, I came up on my screen.
Oh, it did. Okay, good. There it is.
91% agree.
Is washcloth one word? It is? can't believe this. These
Tell
rules
Dragon, nice cartwheel yesterday.
These rules just keep going.
Wow.
10 seconds.
I can't.
Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, what's going on with you? Chris,
yeah, hey, Tom, I just wanted to make a comment on the sub.
Yes. Do you think our children are
Yes,
being
can you hear me?
groomed? Do you think our children are being groomed?
100%. Yeah, and that's why this summer camp exists. This stuff is selling like hotcakes right now.
Wait, I think, don't you think they're being more rejected than accepted?
Well, I guess that we'll have to wait and see if they make any money on this disgusting endeavor.
I'm not sure they're doing it for money. I don't know. I don't get it anyway. There are so many people now that believe that they have a right to raise our children. The school system, do you know there were school systems under the Biden administration, the Department of Education classified parents as domestic terrorists, as possible domestic terrorists, because they wanted to have a say in their son and daughter's activity at school. And right, I don't know if it is like this now, but it was under the Biden administration. And I read posts from girls, real girls, who this happened to. They're in their locker room, and a boy walks in and takes off his clothes, fully a boy, but he calls himself a girl. And he has never once, never, ever, ever done that in all the previous years. Now people can say, well, now it's accepted. That's why, and that's a good thing. But I mean, not even the commitment of a sex change operation or hormones, just a full-blooded boy saying, I'm a girl, and everyone accepts it. Who ever heard of such a thing? That's the part that gets me. Do you know they were getting people going to prison? And if the man said, I'm a woman, it didn't matter if he ever lived as a woman for a second in his life. They would believe him, and he could go to a woman's prison. Now, that's sick. But I think the biggest problem, the biggest problem is I want people to live and let live. But I believe there's a certain fairness, and it's killing female sports. That's the part that bothers me. It's that you can live the way you want. But why, in God's name, would you take a girl who's worked her ass off for all of her life, and she gets beat out by some rank male who couldn't make it in the male world? It's amazing to me that the women's lib movement from years ago, it's nothing like it used to be. Nothing. They become so woke, they have forgotten to protect their own people. And the whole thing astounds me. I don't mean to make a speech, but it astounds me. And it should astound you too, one way or another. You should be either highly in favor or against it, but you can't stay neutral on that. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're not doing too badly on the highways. We've had some slowdowns coming south into downtown as well as north up from 6th Avenue through the Central Valley anyway. It's a little sluggish, not a real big delay. Had some construction work, I-25 southbound at I-76. They've completed that project. Looks better. I-70 east from Peoria out through Pena, sluggish, and Pena running maybe a little heavy coming out of the airport. Do have a bad accident out of Arvada. It's at 52nd and Ward Road. It's a rolled over Jeep. Crews are on the scene with some delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
You know what? Genesis Total Exteriors for the outside of your home and the inside. They even do kitchens, baths, basements, mold detection and remediation, and of course stucco, or they can do siding. They have an aligned siding that's unbelievable. They have a siding that is, they say, lifetime siding. Also, they will do whatever you need on your roof: soffits, fascia, doors, windows, painting even. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Hey, Sheridan Auto Tech is the place to go if you're buying a used car and you want to check it out. They do a checkout for $120. It's worth every penny. They go over it a couple hours and give you a full report on that used car. Of course, they can also do regular repairs and maintenance, including electrical issues. So if you have a car and you want it serviced, you can depend on Sheridan Auto Tech for honesty, integrity, value, convenience, knowledge, and experience. 303-455-7242. 303-455-7242. How much time now?
Them, have you seen that? And
4.
Thank you.
We have one of our clients. I don't know if you've ever heard of Matt with Paragon.
I don't know where my cell phone
is. He's a public adjuster.
I'm super worthless.
He frickin' follows them around the country.
Does he?
To them. Yeah. So anyway,
Because I guess
but I'm
you
not
have to
into
go to
jam.
their shows too, because they play it different every time. Because they
Yeah,
just
I guess so. I don't know. I'm not into jam bands. And the other thing I can't get into, and I'm guessing it's my age, is EDM. I know a lot of people who are like 10 years younger than me
They can't
that are
into
really
what,
into
Suze?
it. EDM.
Oh.
it's like rave stuff.
Yeah, I just never been able to get into it.
So the new thing is people bringing their kids to the raves. So they'll strap them up with little earmuffs and they'll go raving with their kids.
I thought raves were all drug field. I mean, all concerts have pot and stuff, but I thought raves were like for MDMA and whatever those I don't know. I thought that's what they were. I'm shocked people bring kids. Maybe it's a lot cleaner than I realized.
No.
Oh,
You're right there. It's at that level.
Or it's like, what is it? Ecstasy. That's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Molly, whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm. No, it's huge because when I was in medicine, anytime there was a rave or thing downtown, we had to stock up on IVs and get ready for it because it was everybody drinks water, but they forget that they.
What do you mean when you were in medicine? Did you do the IVs?
Yeah, back before I was in solar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I got.
You're an entrepreneur then.
No. I was under somebody else.
Oh, you're an employee.
Yeah.
Phlebotomist?
No, I was actually a rad tech, but I worked in urgent care. Yeah. So I took X-rays, IVs, just a step above a medical assistant, if you will, because I could take X-rays. But yeah, people would do a lot of drugs. We also got a lot of people that would come out of town and eat edibles,
mm-hmm.
and then they were like, "We're dying."
Especially when edibles first came out, they were less controlled and unpredictable. I think they might have that down to a science more. I don't know, but
definitely could. But
Back
it was also just people who never took them before,
yeah,
and
they're
then
taking too much.
But they would always lie about it.
Yeah,
because they were like,
Yes,
"No, it wasn't THC. We think there was something in the
Go
chocolate."
ahead.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, "You don't think it was the drugs in the chocolate?"
Yeah.
So
I don't right now. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
really
it's
sorry.
just-
In fact, I'm
I don't
in
know.
a commercial right now. I do a radio show.
medicine
I got to
in,
go right this second.
downtown Denver is just it was fun, but I got pot syndrome when I was pregnant with my first kid.
You got what?
Pot syndrome? So it's when you go I would go from sitting to standing and I would pass out, so I couldn't work in medicine anymore. And then that
POT?
POTS? Mm-hmm. That's a blood pressure thing.
That's funny because I sort of had that when I was pregnant, where I would get lightheaded easy, getting up.
Yeah?
Most fair is because I was 200 pounds.
Yeah, it's crazy what we go through.
Oh, here we go.
during pregnancy.
Postural orthostatic, not even going to try to pronounce that word, syndrome, is a condition or excessive heart rate increase when standing up without a significant drop in blood pressure. Is that what happened?
Yes, but mine was I would fall. I tried to walk.
There
in
were a
the
couple
hallway
times
once.
I felt like I was going to fall.
Yeah.
And I would basically run to a couch or my bed.
And just hang out.
Felt like you're going to faint.
But then as soon as you had the baby, fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that
Yep.
weird?
I had that with
happen?
my second one.
10 seconds, guys.
I flipped it.
61-6400. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So if you have a problem, question, or complaint, make sure you give us a call. And if not, just listen and be smarter for it. I began talking about scams on my show earlier, and this has been since COVID. There has never been a period in time when there are these many scams going on. And I kind of outlined some scams here I want to go over, and I would love for you to expose scams if someone attempted to scam you, or if you know of a scam. Better yet, the best call in the world would be if a scammer, a con artist, calls me and says, yeah, I'm one, and here's why. I would absolutely love it. But I'm going to go over some of them. Now, the bank access scams, the bank account access scams, we all have seen them, right? Or heard about them. That's where somehow they want to gain access to your bank account through a phishing expedition. So what does that mean? Well, they can do it with a PC scam. They can do it with all kinds of scams. A check scam. They can do it with, we debited your account by mistake. We have to put the money back in. There are so many excuses they give. And never, ever, 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 ever will a bank employee ask for access to your account, ever. They will never be on the phone with you to do that. They won't do it by phone. They won't even do it in person. If someone knocked at your door and said, I'm from the bank and we need access to your account, no one will ever do that. They have access to your account. So bank account access scams, if anyone wants any kind of exposure, access, numbers to your bank account, just say no. Never, ever, ever. There's no reason. The only time you do your routing number and account number to someone is if it is on a respectable online portal. Like, let's say you wanted to take an ACH payment out to pay your electric bill or something like that. You can enter those into your login portal and make auto payments. But be very careful that you're on the real portals. It's very, very dangerous. So bank account access scams, my God, are they dangerous? Because, again, do you know you're going to Excel, the real site, to put in your bank information? There are a lot of cloned sites out there. There are ways to read URLs to see that you're in the true website. So listen, I've gotten texted before and went on the link and been tricked before on certain things. Never did I get any money stolen because I realized it was a scam, because they always come up with clever ways to get you to link. You should never ever press a link on a text, ever. Never, ever, ever. Unless, and even if it's from a friend of yours, they are even cloning or hacking into your friends and sending out bad links. What were you going to say, Doc?
Never, ever allow someone to use a program called AnyDesk. AnyDesk allows the scammer total access to your computer and all your files.
There are other remote programs as well, though, Doc.
But that's the most common one.
Okay. I say don't let them use any kind of access to your PC ever. Ever. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, that's just one scam, bank account access scams, which takes on many forms. Okay, so it's one major category, but takes on many forms. More coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show. Listen to this. Okay, Dan McKenzie will do a will, a trust. He can keep you out of probate, or if you're facing probate, someone just died, or you found out you have an illness. Maybe you need something in a hurry. Maybe you just need a simple will. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. He's a great guy. And here's where you can reach him. 833-CO-PLANS. It's that easy for Colorado. 833-CO-PLANS or coplans.co. Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Now, there's been a few accidents out here causing delays. One in southwest Denver along Broadway. Southbound lanes, in fact, are closed between Wesley and Vassar as they reroute traffic. A little bit of a tie-up in there. It looks like also accidents on 64th. This is eastbound after Eldridge out of Arvada, as well as 52nd and Ward Road. Now, we did have an accident out west along the foothills also, C470. It's going to be westbound up past Bellevue. A little bit of a backup in the area as they try to clear that off. I-25 is running a little sluggish in and out of downtown between I-70 and Broadway. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they help people get ready for retirement. Whether you're 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70, they walk you through retirement once you're in it to try to keep that nest egg safe and earning money for you for income. They have a number of ways of doing it. They will meet with you first or talk to you on the phone about any questions you have. For example, what does a retirement planner do? Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies covers all aspects of retirement, including legacy planning for passing on your business or selling it or any of your other family valuables. They also help you with long-term care insurance and, of course, your nest egg. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, family owned and operated, people I know and trust, and you can too. I've consulted them about my retirement. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Now, speaking of retirement, before you think about earning money, making money, investing money, you need an emergency fund, a small emergency fund, and you need to get rid of high interest debt. Now, you can get both of those things accomplished with my partners at American Financing. Here's what they're doing. A smart equity loan, that'll help you get out of high interest debt. You get rid of it. You can even put some away for a rainy day or an emergency fund. Or you can do a complete refi. You know, sometimes your blended rate ends up being better with a refi. A blended rate means the average rate you're paying on everything, they can lower that substantially. Talk to the experts now at AmericanFinancing.net. I trust them. They won't steer you wrong. No advance fees, no upfront payments at all. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
So we're weird.
That's cute.
We like make nicknames longer.
Is it a question or a comment?
My husband has like a middle name.
Okay,
thing,
perfect.
so
I'm gonna
the
get you on
firstborn
hold, and we'll get you
son
on in
gets
just a minute.
Grandpa's middle name, so that's why we flipped it. So
Okay.
Becca's
Just a
got
little
Aaron's
leak
dad's
I had.
name, and then Amel has my dad's
And
middle name.
Give them any kind of an inkling. You're
20
willing to
months.
listen.
Okay,
They will
gotcha.
go.
Ours were just 2 years. In fact, Adeline just turned 23 on Sunday.
Okay, I think
And
I
our
did
son
everything.
turns
That's
20
exciting.
I think I
Yeah,
got
our
all
son
my
turns
instructions
25
on one
May
sheet.
11th, Mother's
Now I'm
Day.
going to make a
Did she
PDF out of
She was
it.
trying to do some.
It's not one
law
sheet, but
applications
I
or
meant.
something.
Yeah.
Oh, for the bar application.
Yes.
Yeah, look at this. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
a very organized person. It's a fault of mine. It really is. I mean that sincerely. Yeah. Yeah. I'm obsessed, basically. You want to know the truth.
Instagram post she did. We
I have
did
a house
on
cleaner
her
come in,
birthday because
but
it was
I
raining on
keep it,
Saturday.
but
which
I make
where she
Dolce make
originally
it.
had
I make
planned.
her stay
We did
stay
her
really neat and
graduation
clean.
photos.
She's really
in front of the federal courthouse.
Oh, that's cool.
She's really what?
Neat and clean. Neat and clean. I got that neat and clean. Yep. That's what I heard.
I love that one. That's awesome.
adorable?
Yes. Look at that. Oh, these are cute.
Yeah.
Did you guys come up with these ideas?
She
or-
did.
She did? Those
Yeah.
are awesome. I love those.
So we're really excited. So she applies for the bar, and I don't know how that works. Is she accepted to the bar, but then she's got to pass the bar. But she did have to apply for the bar, so that's what she was doing.
Because isn't it you get accepted once you have all your schooling done? So like you can take it,
Well,
and then
she's-
you have to actually take
She's
the exam?
applied, and then when she graduates, she takes the test. But I can't imagine they would not accept her application. Her worst infraction is at 15. She got caught with a nicotine vape.
Wait a minute.
And ended up with an MIP.
I
Yes.
think she's going to have a hard time because she's not cute enough.
I'm not hearing it.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, you think she's not cute enough, huh,
Of
Tommy?
course not. Look at that poor, unfortunate girl.
Did you see that Instagram post I texted you with her grad pictures?
No.
I sent it to you yesterday in your
The
text.
link,
If you click
for
on
some
that
reason, the link didn't work. I saw it. It didn't work. Really?
Let me try again.
Okay.
Let's see here.
You can't get a hold of
How
him?
do I share? Can I share in a text?
Instagram? I mean,
Did you want to ask him direct?
Copy a
Let
link.
me-
Okay, copy a link. I'm trying again. Let's see.
10 seconds here,
let me
guys.
put you on hold for like 2 seconds.
Broncos draft coverage.
With Dave Logan and the KOA Broncos Radio Network team.
Let's go! On 630 KHO.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. DJ, what's going on with you, DJ? How can we help you?
Policy question.
There you are.
These
Go
are
ahead.
Cards and merchants.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was a music merchant. So paying for music lessons. So we were going back to the same place. We agreed to pay on a come as you go basis, like when you have a lesson pay.
Yeah.
So I think it was. So it's been squared away. But the merchant inadvertently he checked my credit card information, and I went to a lesson. They were busy. I didn't pay afterwards, so they charged it, and that's okay. But I didn't like him. He never asked me if they could keep my credit card information, and they inadvertently they had a recurring charge of $210 that came on my account that had nothing to do with me. And so I called them and we ironed it out. And since then I've moved forward, but I'm not doing business with them for some other reasons. But my question is, I've had a credit card, Tom, for 48 years. I've had credit cards. I've never had a merchant keep my, I think they made a mistake, but I've never had a merchant
hold on now,
keep
DJ.
my-
Hold on. In almost every credit card transaction I do, there's a little checkbox that says "keep for future payment?" ? Now, Suze, with us, isn't there a regulation on how you keep credit card information, and if you keep it, and don't you have to get permission to keep it? Do you deal with that sometimes, right, Suze?
Yeah, you have to stay compliant with the merchants that you use. And yes, Tom, you can't willy-nilly store credit card information.
You have
that's
to
for
give
sure.
specific permission to store your credit card information.
Right.
And you've never
Yes.
done that?
No, I don't get permission. But most of it's coded
DJ
like
might have
once.
done it without knowing it, because sometimes when you're filling stuff out, it says sometimes to opt out of it. It's tricky. So you could have filled out something that said they have the right to do that.
I never filled out anything, so it was just over the counter with the computer.
Listen to this.
Like you
I
scan
believe
your
it was.
card.
I believe it was years ago. It was DirecTV. Listen to this one. A dad helped out his daughter and paid her DirecTV bill, or it could have been cable. I for some reason I'm remembering DirecTV, and so she then paid him back. She was an adult daughter. Sometime down the road, she got into financial trouble again, and there was an amount past due. They took it out of his previous credit card. And there was little small print for anyone who made a payment on that account. Mostly the account holder they meant it for. But if you were making a payment on that account, you agreed by making this payment by credit card that any future deficit could be taken from it. So who knows what you signed, DJ, but it's a good thing you discontinued business with them, and that's a wise thing to do. You have to really be careful. There are these services now, Truebill and stuff like that, on that you can download these apps, and they crawl your credit card bills. Now, those alone I get spooked about because they want to know your username and password, and they get into your credit card. But they apparently say they're going to find prescriptions you didn't even know you had, subscriptions you didn't even know you had, things that you pay on a regular basis that you didn't know you had. And they say it's a very prevalent problem that almost every credit card holder will have monthly charges on there they never check or know about. Now, I do because of Suze. But she does our business cards. She doesn't do my personal ones. I fear there's so much junk on my personal card. I fear to look at it. I mean, so much junk, meaning that I didn't authorize. I get texts once in a while. Did you authorize this? Did you authorize that?
Oh my goodness, Tommy.
No. What I mean is this. I charge so much, it's hard for me to go through and remember every one of them. And they're not all just obvious. Like if you buy a cup at the cup store, it might come through as, Porcelain Unlimited. I don't know. I mean, the name of the company doesn't always match what you shopped or where you shopped. It doesn't always do it.
That's true.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's hard.
You're right.
So I need to hire Suze to start going over my private stuff as well, because she's like the bomb when it comes to she's like radar. What did you do this charge for? She's found more crap on me. So anyway, that's what we need to do. We need to be more vigilant for sure. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Nope. We're all done with breaks.
Oh, we're all done with
Keep
breaks.
going.
I'm happy about that. Brooke
Yeah, you're
White,
caught up.
I got a text about solar. Somebody said specifically they want to know about the REAP grant. They thought it was only rural businesses. Go ahead. Elaborate on that. This is for anyone in business who is thinking about a solar system. They want to know about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the REAP grant was a federal grant, and that has been put on hold. With, a couple other federal grant programs.
Wait a minute. Because of Elon, which would be
So
weird.
right now, you have the state has a microgrid grant that anybody can apply to. It's not dependent on location. It's dependent on what that solar field will provide power to. It goes up to $2.5 million, where it would do 50% of the project or 25% of the project, depending on how big the project is.
Oh, so this is still a pretty good program.
Yeah, it's a great program. It's actually better than the REAP grant program.
So
because
can
it's
you get
not
100%?
dependent on location.
Can you get 100% done?
So let's say the project's 100,000. It's the exact same setup as the REAP grant. So the bare minimum you would get back would be 113% of the project. So 113,000 to do it plus the income.
Brooke, are you telling me there are really people who get a solar system paid for with a government grant and put cash in their pocket?
Yeah, absolutely.
Liar,
100%.
pants on fire. Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah.
It's incredible. Why would the government allow that overpayment? Why do they allow it?
Why were the rules set up that way? I think it's the same way to say why were bankruptcy rules set up that way.
Okay, so in other words,
I
apply,
can't dictate
and you
why
don't have
people
to do
what.
anything fishy at all. If I have a business, agriculture or a regular business, and I apply for this grant, and the system costs me $100,000, I can literally I can get 113 and put 13 in my pocket.
Yep, absolutely. As long as you've got the tax liability, the grant will cover 50% of the project or 25 again, depending on the size. And the government benefits will either cover between 64% of the project or 94% of the project.
So is part of that a
depends.
tax credit or is it an actual grant?
The tax credits range from 40% of the project to 70% of the project, and then depreciation is 24%.
Okay, so what you're saying is, in order to get that full amount, you have to have a tax obligation that can absorb a 70% tax credit.
Exactly.
Are you allowed to put it into the future?
Yep. You've got 20 years to
then
roll it over, and then you can
almost
actually...
anyone could do that, right? Or are there businesses virtually not hardly paying and they can't do it. So you're saying you have to be able to use the credits. Can you sell the credits like consumers do?
Yeah, absolutely. You can sell the tax credits.
So what you're saying is if you have a commercial outfit, most likely you don't even pay for the system.
I want to make it really clear. Everything in solar is as a reimbursement. So you would be paying initially, but you would be receiving that reimbursement within the year that it was installed. So if you started the project now, you would pay me $100,000, but before December of this year, you would have all of that back.
But Brooke, so
right?
Okay, I understand.
Real clear, it's a reimbursement.
Brooke, Deputy D has a question. Go ahead, D.
Brooke, it sounds like, when you initially started this conversation, you used the term grant to cover both a payment from the state and a tax credit. But as you know, they're totally different. To me, a grant means
Yeah,
you
she
get a
knows that. She knows that.
And the tax credit is something you apply to your taxes later. So in this $100,000 example that you just used,
part of it is a grant and part of it.
How much of the check will I get by the end of the year, and how much of it will be a tax credit by the end of the year?
She said,
yeah, that's a great question depending on your taxes. So if you're doing this as a business, and let's say in the last 3 years of business, you've paid the government $30,000 every year, then as a business, you're able to redo your taxes for 3 years past. So that would actually be a hard rebate check back. Your tax credits would become a rebate. Does that make sense?
Yes. So you get a tax rebate from the past 3 years, and you go future 20 years for credits.
Yep, you can until you use up the full amount, and then the grant covers, like I said, 25 or 50% depending on the system size.
So if you get 25% and plus the tax credit, you're going over 100%.
You can, yeah. It just depends on where you're located. So again, places like Cripple Creek, where it's considered low income, it's an old mining community, there's a couple other things. Those places actually have 94% of a system covered by tax credits. If you have a system that you're looking at out in Parker, you're looking at having 64% of it covered with tax benefits. And then the 25% in the grant, you might not make it to 100. So it's location based as well for all of the tax credits. But you're minimally getting 64% covered with tax credits wherever you're located.
Any follow-ups? I mean, I think it's incredible. Now, what's the best you can do for a homeowner when it comes to money?
You get 30%.
Okay.
Homeowners are straight 30% flat 30.
Of the whole cost.
But
tax credit.
Tax credit only, or do you also get a rebate?
No, you don't get a rebate, do you?
Tax credit only.
Do you get rebates as a resident?
You can get a rebate depending on where you're located. So the folks that are in the city of Boulder get rebates. Sometimes in Denver, depending on if they add like a heat pump or something else, they can get rebates. There's places, certain utility companies give rebate programs. So the utility company that's by Granby does a solar rebate program. So that one's specific to location as well.
Okay. So in addition to that, there is something else I want to talk about. We may need to do it later or after the break, but maybe we can touch upon it because it blew my mind with residential systems. Solar farms. A guy had a big lot, and he said you did it for him, and he's actually making money by selling back to the grid. He makes a living.
Yep. You could make money by selling back to the grid. You could, let's say you have some space and you've got some neighbors that want to connect to your grid, then you become the utility company there. There's a lot of ways you can make money. The best people with the best return on investment are commercial building owners with tenants in their building where they charge the tenants for the solar system plus some because they're getting the commercial tax credits, as well as making retail value income for the power that it's producing. That's your best situation.
Okay, then also that's the best situation. But I also talked to this one guy. Now maybe he was maybe he was commercial, but he said you did the system. He had a field next to him. He put a farm in, and he said he's getting like $20,000 a year or maybe even more than that. Do you remember the call?
I do remember the call, but what I don't know is how much did it cost him to install all of that equipment?
And do you get a tax credit on the solar farm?
So what was the total cost? What was the rebate check? And what was the tax credit going forward? And then,
but then he gets income by selling back to the grid.
Tom, and 20,000 sounds like a lot, but I'm wondering if he spent $2 million on it.
I don't know.
Right? It's good to get the math.
Yeah, we should talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. We'll talk about that. Like, what would it cost to do a solar field that would make me 20 grand a year?
Like that guy.
Yeah, just like,
Yeah.
Can you look up that guy? Do you know who I'm talking about? I don't have his name right here, but I can try to find it. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
It's like, you get it. Hey, Bo, are you there?
Yeah, he's
Is Bo
here.
there?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, he's at Tom's.
Hey, Bo, do you want to come in tomorrow? We have room.
To the studio, the iHeart?
Yeah.
I'll come in.
Yeah.
Who's coming? Just Rod and who else?
Okay. Oh, wait a second here. Hang on a minute. Maybe we won't. I might have miscounted. I have a car guy. Doc, are you coming in tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay. And then me and Mark. Sorry, Bo. I miscounted. Maybe you can go to Tom's. Sorry.
I'll see if he'll let me. I'm just kidding.
Jeff and Kevin will be here, right?
No.
Oh, no, who?
Rod Greer.
Oh. And?
Bob, the leasing guy.
Oh, okay.
And me and Mark.
What's with Kelly these days?
She's sick.
Oh, what's the matter with her? Just bad flu, or you don't know?
I don't know, Doc.
Just sick, huh?
She's sick. So I think she's back tomorrow. So, in fact, she just texted me, said she's coming back in tomorrow for work. So,
whether you want her to or not.
Hey, Suze. I'm going to come in Tuesday.
I love it. You could come in Monday. Yeah, come in Tuesday.
Yeah, I told Dollar I'd hang out with him on Tuesday because Chopper's.
Oh, well, yeah, Mark will be hosting. Well, listen, here's the deal. On Tuesday, Mark will be hosting.
Okay.
Marco Bendinelli will be co-hosting.
Oh, that'll be good.
I'll be in.
On Tuesday. I
Let's
thought
see here.
Marco was
This is
coming in
Tuesday.
Monday. Is it? Okay.
Nope, he's coming in Tuesday. So let me think here. We got Marco, Mark, me. Yeah, that'll work. You and Dollar. Yep.
Okay. I will be there Tuesday.
Sure.
And Monday if you need.
You know where it's at, right? Yes, I do. And do you need anything? More water or anything? No, I'm great. Thank you so much for giving me that refill. Sure. Sorry for my late text last night. I was like, oh my God, I just texted her at 9 at night. Like, you know what happened is I was texting you, it kept saying not delivered, not delivered. I'm like, oh, maybe it's rolling over to her office. So I talked to Pamela.
What's that?
And she was like, well, she should be answering.
Yeah, sure.
Text again, it says not delivered, not delivered. And I'm like, what happened was we lost power for a glitch last night because of a storm. And I was on the Wi-Fi, but I didn't realize I had to go off the Wi-Fi and go back on to send a text. Yeah. Anyway. Mark and I, what did I say? Mark and me, Mike, man. Do you want to be put in timeout? I'm feeling Marky Mark. I'm feeling like I'm going to channel my inner Mark with timeouts.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name? What's your first name?
Tuesday will be a barn burner? What does that mean?
Okay, bye.
Hey, yeah, I've got the wrench all right. I'm about to knock Mike what is it? Maniac? I'd hate to pronounce it wrong and have wrong bad diction like Marky Mark. What is it anyway? Tell me how to say your last name, Mike. Is it Maniac? Or maybe it's not your last name, your handle. Man-yick? What do you think, Dragon? Do you see that? Do you think it's Manny-ick? The guy that's correcting my English? I am not one that likes to know my deficiencies in this world.
Maniac. Mike Maniac.
But you don't have any.
Manic. Oh, Mike Manic. Well, way to spell it, Mike. I guess I said me and Mark or something, and the YouTube he puts Mark and I. He's lucky Mark's not here. Mark would be all over that for.
And he'd be banned.
He'd be banned
or
for
blocked.
life.
Or, yeah. Mhm.
How's Dolce doing in there? Does she go offline? Good? Yeah. The girl who will never talk. Her voice will be a mystery.
At least over the air.
Right, she talks in there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, her dad's so famous, she has to kind of lay low.
Oh my God.
She's like, hey, you're Tom's daughter. No.
She is independent
Right,
of that.
see? She doesn't need to live in the shadow of Tom.
She shines like a star. You know who her bestie is? Henry Bretts. They are so funny when they're together.
Oh my gosh.
I love Henry. And when he's been coming in for the show now the last 6 or 8 months, I'm freaking impressed with that kid.
He's a cool kid.
He is so cool, Doc. And he handles himself on the air like a pro.
Good.
Going line dancing next week.
Ooh.
You guys grew up together. You're like born on the same month or something, weren't you?
Like 10 days apart.
Oh, holy cow. You know you can go to PGM when this is so you can hear us and Tom on breaks.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good.
Like a
Back in
lot.
the show, you can go to PGM. Or you're going to hear them in there. Some people don't want to hear that when we're in content. It could be distracting.
Sure. Yeah, no
I forgot to tell you that. Sorry, Brooke.
No, you're all good. No need to apologize. I'm just gonna tell them this project for United.
It's hair day for me. I'm getting my hair done after the show.
I was going to tell you look a bit scruffy.
On purpose. I didn't do anything with it. I'm like, it's going to be getting done after the show.
And mine's getting a little long, too. I got to do something about it.
Frankly, I am trying to grow mine out. Well, I'm not trying. I am growing it out. My hair grows pretty fast. It was up to here like
10
months
seconds,
ago.
guys.
Now it's... I mean, it's...
That's WIN. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to WIN on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is the only show of its kind, the consumer show that helps you with problems, questions, and complaints. Boy, we've had an eclectic show today of many, many things. We started out talking about scams. We then moved into solar and tax credits. And I'll tell you, I think you'd have to be a moron not to buy tax credits. And why would you buy tax credits? So think about this, people. If somebody puts a solar system in and they get 30% tax credit and they don't pay a lot of taxes, they might want to cash out. And even though they can go forward in time, tell me why, Brooke, someone would choose as an individual to sell their tax credits.
There's a lot of reasons, but the biggest one is usually they just don't pay any federal taxes. So you might be retired where your retirement's a Roth that you're making income off of. Things that aren't taxable, especially if you need a bigger system to offset your electric bill. That happens all the time. Also, folks that are low income, where they're already getting all their government money back for whatever reasons, tax credits aren't helpful for those guys either.
Okay. Do you have tax credits available right now?
Yep, I do. I definitely have clients that are looking to sell their tax credits.
About how much?
Like how many dollars worth in tax credits?
Yeah, if you put them all together, how many dollars worth?
It's a couple million because of the solar field projects that we're working on. But
here's what I'm saying to you. You mean to tell me, let's just say, and I'm not saying this is me, but let's just say it's me. Let's say I had a $400,000 nut to crack, or $500,000. I mean, real big money, right? You got to pay $500,000 in taxes. And I want to go out and cover that with credits. How much of a discount can I get if I was going to buy $500,000 in tax credits?
Yeah, so the industry standard is 70 cents on the dollar. So if you wanted to cover $500,000 in tax credits,
you would pay, somewhere around 3 or a little less.
Yeah, 3.5 if you follow that. Sorry, yeah. But you're writing a contract with folks, so you could get a better or worse deal just depending on how that contract goes.
And if somebody came to you with a big chunk of tax burden, like $500,000, $400,000, $300,000, would you have to put together a number of people, right? You can't go to one source for that, right? There's not a system big enough, right?
No, there's definitely systems that are big enough to handle that tax liability. Like I said, the solar field projects that we're working on, I mean, the gross amount is $5 million. One of these projects is in Cripple Creek, so 94% of it's covered with tax benefits.
Is there any risk to buying? Let me ask you, is there any risk to buying a tax credit? I'm fascinated by this. I pay taxes every single year, and I'd be a fool not to take a 30% discount. I mean, why wouldn't I want a 30% discount? I mean, are there any risks
actually,
at all? Tell me, are there any risks at all in buying tax credits from somebody who installed solar?
Yeah, the only risk is making sure that the system works, that it's turned on, that it's accepted by the AHJ or the people that you permit through, and accepted by the utility company.
So you have to buy the tax credit before that? Can't you buy the tax credit after it's been activated?
You can buy the tax credit right away, or you could do like a payment plan where you say, hey, I want to buy your tax credit. I'm going to give you half now and then half once PTO is received, right? That's a normal way that these agreements go.
Brooke, why couldn't you just enter into a contract with a seller that's contingent on his system being PTO?
Yeah, why couldn't you?
Why do you have to make a payment now?
You don't. You can do it however you want to. Okay. It's a contract that you deem the terms with, as long as you find.
Here, you agree to pay X amount of dollars upon activation of the system and verification of the tax credits. That's a no-brainer.
Yep. That's a simple, clean deal.
Yeah, because the tax credits become viable on a solar project when there's a 5% deposit made and a signed contract. So they can be viable years before the system actually gets installed. But
well, hold on.
You have 10 years.
Wait. They have a tax credit years before they can actually use it, you're saying?
No. I'm saying that to do a solar field project, like $5 million in solar, it's going to take me a little bit of time to do engineering and get the permit approved and all of that stuff, right?
Okay, I get
But I'm collecting a 5%. Yeah. And then the requirements to make sure that the tax credits remain viable is that the system hits PTO, or permission to operate, 10 years after you claim them.
But that could be, okay, hold on then, Brooke. If I bought a big chunk of tax credits because someone put 5% down and financed it, and then someday, 5 years later, it goes belly up, I need to pay that money back to the government.
Yeah, so I think
Exactly, so that's your risk. You want to make sure PTO gets hit.
So I think the risk...
But you're telling me PTO could be 10 years.
No. The government requires PTO happens within 10 years. You'll have that conversation in that contract with whoever's installing the project and who's selling you that, because you're going to be involved in the process.
I guess what I'm saying is this. I've seen enough clowns in the solar business, and I'm not talking about you, that I would never buy a tax credit contingent on that system being completed, because that's just my luck. I'm going to buy a tax credit, and guess what? There's no tax credit. I just bought nothing.
So
I guess you can put money in escrow. Is there any reason why, I need to know this straight up, is there any reason why you must or you can't wait until activation to buy the tax credit when it's locked in?
Or, Tom, if I may.
But that question first. Just can you buy it when it's locked in?
Absolutely. You can buy credits whenever.
Okay.
100% you could wait.
So why?
No reason not to.
So Tom is trying to make this a low risk transaction. So my only question now is: are there any tax credits that are ripe to be purchased
right now? Do you have any right now? That's a great question.
This year,
do you have any tax credits right this minute that we can purchase and use?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely,
I do. I probably have close to 100,000 in tax credits viable right now where the project has hit PTO or received activation.
I'm going to buy them. I'm going to buy them. Okay. So how many different clients do I have to buy them from?
How many contracts are there to sign?
How many clients do I have to buy them from?
There'll be, for that, there's 4 clients that I have in the top of my head, and we can definitely put the contracts together, and I can get that to you, I would say, by Monday.
Yeah. And then how does the government know those tax credits are now mine?
You have to register with the IRS to say that you're going to be a person that buys tax credits. The people that are selling them register with the IRS saying that they're going to sell them to you, and then you fill out a form 3468 saying that you claim the tax credits, and here's your number saying that you can, and then the details of the solar system.
And I can go forward on those credits if I ever need to.
Yeah, you can immediately. And you can, if you, again, buy them with your business, you can backdate it 3 years.
Okay, wait a minute.
That's even better.
Brooke, I don't even want you looking anymore. I will buy every tax credit you generate. I'm not kidding, by the way. I'm not kidding.
I know.
Okay, so
yeah, absolutely. I'll get this all set up, and then I'll email you the rules on how to set it up with the IRS so you can buy the tax credits.
Well, I mean, how can anybody go wrong? Now, Jim, you have a question. Jim, welcome to the show. What is your question?
Yes, yes, Tom. We have a cabin in the mountains that is on a county road, and off of that county road behind us is a private road that runs about a quarter of a mile. And along that private road, there are a number of other properties that use that road as their main access. The property owner at the end of the road has sent out a letter to everyone who has access on that road asking them to sign some kind of an agreement to guarantee the word I'm looking for.
He wants a joint maintenance agreement.
Well, I haven't seen the letter. I just heard
I'll guarantee you. Listen, who maintains the road?
The owners. It's not maintained by the county.
The owner at the end of the road is the one that owns the road, right?
No, I don't know that for sure. That's part of the problem. The road has been there since 1942, and people have had use of it without any kinds of issues. Now, somebody who bought property at the very end of the road is asking for an easement.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So people buy property. Do they have a deeded easement on that property, or do they just use it casually?
I think the use is casual, but it's been since 1942.
I understand that. But no one ever filed an adverse possession. No one's claiming to own it. No one pays taxes on it, do they?
Well, the road actually is on different people's property.
Okay, I got it. Listen, I did a subdivision that way where I had a road going across people's lots. Those people had to give easements in perpetuity. Now, let's just say I'm in that subdivision right now, and part of the road goes over my property. I unless it's deeded, unless it's an easement, I can say you can no longer use this part of the road. Isn't that correct?
Well, I
That's
don't know
what
who owns
it
the
is
road.
correct. I'm telling you it's correct because I've developed 14 subdivisions. Here's what I'm telling you. The guy at the end is worried and he thinks this is a shambles. This is like rinky-dink town. We need to get this formalized. And he's probably doing you all a favor because he probably wants a joint maintenance and a joint use agreement in perpetuity, meaning that everyone on that road agrees that you can use the road and will chip in for maintenance. If that's what he wants, before criticizing it, look at what he wants, because I think that's probably what he's doing.
Okay. I have not seen the letter.
Without
we
seeing,
did
you
not
know what?
a
Get a
letter.
copy of that letter and get it to us. I would love to see it, and I can help you.
Okay.
I'm Tom Martino. Got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, right now will give you a market evaluation of your home, what it will sell for and why. The comps, the neighborhood, the supply and demand, the interest rates, all free, complimentary. He wants to be of service to you, and he really means it. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has supported and will continue to support the people of Israel with life-saving security essentials. Your gift today will help save lives by providing bomb shelters, armored security vehicles and ambulances, firefighting equipment, flak jackets and bulletproof vests, and so much more. Give a gift to bless Israel and her people by visiting supportifcj.org. That's one word, supportifcj.org.
42.8%.
Gravina's has the greatest selection of windows, and certainly one for you, 50 lines of windows. No company does that. You're never going to be forced into a selection unless it's perfect for you. They also have siding and doors. And you know what? They love doing business in town. They've been doing business since the 60s or 70s, and Larry took it over in the 80s, and his son took it over now. They're on 950 West Evans. Look for the Gravinas at 950 West Evans, 303-GRAVINA, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. I love doing Wave 8 Wealth Management, which helps people with their financial life. And one of the things I tell everyone, get an emergency fund and get rid of high interest debt. Because let's say you have $1,000 in high interest debt, or $10,000 some people have. You invest that money, it's not making much of a return because there you got another 10 grand eating away at your return. So get rid of high interest debt, and American Financing can help you. They can help you get an emergency fund and get rid of high interest debt with their smart equity loan. American Financing, they see the writing on the wall, and they know that people have been using credit cards indiscriminately, and they want to help you out. So call for the smart equity loan or for a complete refinance. They have programs for you, and they're standing by now. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000. Tell them you want what Martino talked about and the consolidation of high interest debt. 303-695-7000.
So it's 43% ROI for you.
Meaning what?
Girl Friday, if you're around, I might have got you another customer.
$100,000 back from the government.
I just shared some of your freeze-dried candy with our guest.
30%? I don't get it, I guess.
Well, it's 30.
Delicious.
It is kind of crazy, huh?
So
Yeah, my voice.
She does.
Yeah, I
She
can't
they freeze
go number
fry
2
Skittles.
anymore.
I thought if I pay
Yeah.
Is that any good?
It is. They taste like. It's just weird. The texture's different, but they're tasty. Like the flavor's huge. Okay, let's see here. Suze, I was just on with Tom about the road easement. What email address should I send the letter I received to? help@troubleshooter.com.
I'm doing it.
Send it to help@troubleshooter.com.
What?
And include your phone number as well, Jim.
So,
Hey, Tommy, why did you put a clock behind you?
just for fun. Do you not like it?
I don't know that I dislike it. That's not what I was just.
I just thought to just dress up the shot a bit. There's the chart. Look at the chart of my fund.
Well, the room looks great. Can you do anything about your face?
58-37, 58%.
Jesus. Dragon.
This year it's not
Dolce,
like that, but
feel free to smack him.
I didn't say anything about her face. She's cute.
we've never not beat the market, ever.
See?
Except for that parade. What I'm talking about is an annual return. We've never not beat the market. Never.
Oh, you love the clock top secret. Interesting. Oh, let's do a poll. This is a good poll.
I like
This
my
is-
clock.
I'm
I think it
I'm
dresses up
channeling
the
my inner
background.
Mark.
What's your poll?
Let's see here. Okay,
yeah,
poll.
we also
Let me
know
give
if
him a
your
full-
screen is frozen.
Let me give him a full look. There it is. There's the shot. Well,
Yeah, now I know how quickly when the show's going to be over. It's like I can just look at Tom and go, oh, yeah,
Yeah, no
got a half hour
kidding.
left.
I got to register. I don't know how to register.
There we go. Starting a poll right now.
Another one?
Yep, got another poll. Oh, is it there? Okay. There it is. 10 votes. Let's see. 10 votes. That was fast. Y'all are fast with your voting. 85% like it. 80% like it. 20% don't.
That was Mark.
Do you notice the new camera and lighting and everything?
Yeah, it's crisper for sure.
And it's wider and it's got a better lens and it's got better lighting.
Yeah.
Everything was improved.
It's cool when you show the deputies. I mean, I like looking at you, Tommy, but it's cool when you show your deputies next to you. That's cool. Let's see here. 77% like, 22 votes in.
Ten seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jabba, what's going on?
Hey, Tom, how's it going?
Good,
and
man.
I just wanted to let you know that service, I just checked myself into hospice today, and they do have the pill or the concoction that you put together to end your life.
Now, wait
Wow.
a minute. Is this
Telling
in,
me I have
is
to
this
go to
in Colorado?
Canada and- yeah, it's right here in Colorado. It's at Denver Health. Look up MAID. MAID.
Listen, it was in
And it's at
February.
Denver Health, and you have...
It was in February when you said you were going in for treatment. Did you get treatment?
Yeah. No, I'm not doing chemo.
Okay.
Because they told me I would live maybe 2 more months after chemo.
Oh. What kind of cancer do you have?
I don't know. It's all over the place.
What did
I'm
it
sorry,
start as?
Jabba. That sucks.
It does suck. What did it start as?
Yeah, it started as something in my segrenal glands, and then it went up my canal of my liver, put a little tumor on the outside of my liver, and now it's spreading everywhere. I got a little spot on my kidney, I got a little spot on my lung. So it's like, you're trying to hit and miss with chemo, and I said no. And then I have so many people who went through that process, and it was just miserable.
So, Jabba,
So now I'm in hospice, and
so do you plan on taking this fentanyl breath mint or whatever it is?
yeah. So what they do is they give it to you. You have to have two separate physicians tell you that you're not going to live more than 6 months. And so then you get this package of stuff. I don't know what it is yet, but they mail it to you or get it to you. And if you then choose at the very end, like your liver shuts down everything shuts down, they said that you can administer all this stuff that they have, a concoction, and in about 1 or 2 hours, you just go to sleep.
Okay. Jabba, my heart goes out to you, bro.
Thank you.
But I don't want to get preachy, but there are those who believe, including me, that there's way more to life than life. So I wish you the best.
We're thinking of you, Jabba.
Yeah, really.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Really what I wanted to do is say Mark was wrong.
I'll be sure to tell him when I see him.
You picked a day he's
That's
not
the main
here. Well,
thing.
he was here earlier. Okay, I want to go to Ben. Ben, you're curious about tax credits. Sorry, Ben, I'm already in line. I'm sorry. Just kidding. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, thanks, Tom. You piqued my interest with your guest talking about selling tax credits. The situation I'm in is I don't make enough money to have a tax liability, so I have all these tax credits sitting out there. How do you sell them?
Do you have them
What
already?
kind of tax credits are there?
Yeah, solar panels. The solar panels already been installed.
Do you have the tax
In
credit?
2023.
Do you have the tax credits sitting there?
As far as I know, I do. Yes.
How does he find out exactly? Like, how does he find out?
When you were saying that it got installed, do you know when it started working?
March of 2023.
Yeah, so you just need to register with the IRS that you want to sell your tax credits, and you just find somebody that wants to buy them from you, and they're viable right away. How much of the tax credits have you used so far?
None.
Tell me.
How many do you have open?
Yeah, how much do you have in tax credits?
I was told about 13,000 at this point.
Okay.
Now that may be a wrong figure. I'm really green at this, so I apologize.
It's okay. Do you know how much the whole system cost?
About 25,000.
Oh, wait. No, so it cost you 25 out of pocket.
So if it was 25,000 in 2024, then you have 6,500 in tax credits that are available.
Yeah, unless they get. But isn't it possible they gave him the net price when he says 25, and it was really more?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's possible. Do you have a copy of the contract?
I do, yes. I just don't have it with me.
That's okay.
Get a hold of redrocksrs.com, and Brooke will help you.
Just email it to me.
Yeah. Listen, folks, I was serious. I'm
got
going to
phone
buy
number?
tax credits. I mean, what fool would not buy a tax credit? I can think of nothing. Why would anyone never? Why would they never? I mean, if you're going to pay $1 in tax and that dollar is now 70 cents, who would not do that? Who would not do that? Brooke, I don't know. You said you had a couple million. You're sitting on millions in tax credits. Well, you got a customer for life, and I can get you more customers. I mean, who would not do it? I mean, the only time you wouldn't do it is go ahead.
No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. As long as it's a done deal, like PTO is hit, you have no risk when you're buying these.
You have zero risk, and you have the government, and it's money you don't have to pay. So Brooke's my new best friend. Everyone stay away from her. Yeah. Okay, Brooke. This is redrocksrs.com. And they do, the real purpose here is they do solar systems. They do a great job. And, I want you to know that. We got more coming up on that. One Clear Choice Garage Doors does great garage doors, 24/7 service. If you have an emergency, can't get it closed, it's late at night, they'll come and do it. Or just regular service. All of their prices on their website. The only people that do this, whether it's an opener, a part of the opener, a door, a part of the door, go to oneclearchoicedoors.com.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're starting to see some usual afternoon traffic across the metro area with some slowing on I-25 around downtown. I-70 and I-225 looking pretty good. In the high country, an overturned semi is blocking all lanes on eastbound I-70, closing the interstate at Glenwood Springs. And there is road construction with the right lane closed on westbound I-70 between the Vail Pass Summit and Vail. I'm Vita Urbonis with traffic.
Need new blinds? At Blindster.com, we offer guaranteed low prices, guaranteed satisfaction, free samples, and free shipping. At Blindster, we take the fear out of ordering custom blinds, shades, and shutters so you can do it yourself and save big. Blindster.com.
I want to direct you to ZeroResDenver.com. Zero Res, the name says it all. Zero residue. When you get your carpets clean, or your tile and grout, or your hardwoods, or your laminates, or your upholstery, or your mattresses, whatever you get, or your ductwork, it's being done with alkaline-based, softened, purified water that is the best cleaning agent in all of nature. And they take out the crap from previous cleanings, plus dust, debris, allergens, pathogens. Your home doesn't just look clean, it's really clean. Zero resified clean, and no one does it better. It's that simple. I've been using them for years, and you should use them too. Even better indoor air quality. Look, we take time to eat right, we exercise, we do supplements right. Why would you ever have poison in your home? ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Hey, K&H Home Solutions. I've told you about window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. They also have beautiful siding, lifetime siding, and they stand behind it. They're 65 years strong, and I've known all the owners. There's only been 3 of them. And Lee Diamond and Son right now are running a tight ship. You can take advantage of everything they have at great prices. And they have painting pros now as well. 303-421-7100. 421-7100, khwindows.com.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Brooke has an update. If you look at the Airtable, for your show notes, on March 26, 2024, there was the name is Loy and Alexis is the name you put up.
All right, I'll get it.
And she has a great update on it. I have it on your call screener for the info. But it's on March 26, 2024. Okay, let's see. Ending the poll, 77%. Like the clock. Okay, coolio. 76%, pardon me. I got my new X the other day. Tesla X.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Cool.
Go ahead, Case. Talk about how we're always talking about Tesla.
I want a Rivian kick. I wonder if
those are cool looking.
Well, I wonder if people like them because they were brand new.
Yeah.
So I
don't get any complaints on it. I don't know that they have the range that the Teslas have. I don't know. That's what I always hear, but I don't.
What's the range on the Teslas?
Mark's is 400 on the S. The X is bigger, so it might be more like 350. Let me see here.
Rivian mileage versus Tesla.
Range on Model X 2025. 314 to 329 for mine.
There's a bunch of places that have all these comparisons against the two.
But mine came with free supercharging for life.
Free
part of the
supercharging?
It was part of the package. And free self-driving, where Mark, with his S, he pays $100 a month. I get it. It's included in my package.
No, that's awesome. So can you go to just I don't know, Walmart or a charging station? And
You have to go to the Tesla superchargers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how it's free, though. At Park Meadows, waiting a half hour, I'm walking in the mall.
I feel it.
Mark gets $350 to $410, according to the Google. Mine gets $315 to $329.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The miles?
Yep.
I get about 280 on mine.
On your Kia.
On my
Is it Kia?
It's a Hyundai.
Oh, Hyundai.
It says the normal Rivian comes with 250, but then you can get the more batteries and go to 400.
10 seconds here, guys.
There you go. And then it's comparing reality versus what they say it can do.
Yeah.
As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. I can't find that call anywhere. I'm looking at 325. Was it last year or was it this year?
326 of 2024 last year. It's on 326. Loy and Alexis.
So it was way back then that she helped us. Brooke helped us with a problem way back then. I'm going back to see it. And meanwhile, explain what the original problem was while I look for my notes.
Yeah, it was a pretty complex case. I've actually never seen a case as bad as this one.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a feeling it wasn't about that scumbag company I was so upset about.
One Solar through Valor.
Yes.
Yep, if you search Valor, VALOR, you're going to get the call on your screen, Tom.
Yeah, man, I can't see it anywhere. I mean, I'm looking at the date and I don't see it. So, there it is.
Do you want me to read
Alexis.
Yeah.
I just saw it. Loy and Alexis. So what I have here is they contracted with One Solar through Valor Solar, and Valor's a scumbag as well, in October of 2022 to install a solar system, $54,000. During the application process, they did not file the proper supplement report. That's the company. Therefore, they did not know that Excel will not approve any solar systems in that area until that's a new substation is built. Oh my God! Now the consumers are stuck with a system they can't use, can't be activated. Their only options were to completely go off grid with a full battery backup system, or have One Solar remove the system and give a refund. What the heck went on? What did you do with it, Brooke?
Yeah, so I've been working on this case since then. Sometimes solar cases take a long time to have any sort of resolution. So I had a conference call with GoodLeap, who was the financing company, and One Solar a week ago or so. And One Solar has dropped the case completely. So I know that Loy and Alexis are still going to have to go after them for the damages to the appliances and their home and their other things. But GoodLeap, which is the financing company, ended the loan and told the consumers that they were going to give them a reimbursement for what they've paid. So at least now there's not a monthly bill that they have to face from the financing company, and the lien on their house gets removed.
So wait a minute.
Definitely
So they don't.
Up.
So now they don't owe the money anymore, or will First Solar come after them directly?
One Solar can't come after them directly because of all of the issues that One Solar caused in this case, and the PUC filings and the other evidence against them showing that they can't.
So here's what I want to know then. Here's what I want to know. If these people got this system now free, even though it was screwed up, they can take that money to make this right. Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. They can add in the battery system that they need to, or they could sell the solar parts and get a roof replacement. Yep.
So what do you think they should do?
That's a tough one because it's not my life. Off-grid life is hard. I don't think I could do an off-grid lifestyle. So that's very unique to each couple and kind of their sanity.
So the finance company, why did they decide to do this?
Because it was clear with the evidence posed that the system could never get activated, that One Solar failed to comply with the rules and regulations of installing, that it was against their contract, and that if they continued to charge Loy and Alexis for this, that they would be under legal action as well.
Wow.
Because they've been aware of everything that was going on in the case. So what happened was GoodLeap paid One Solar the money, but then when they found out the system wasn't activated, they took all that money back from One Solar. So GoodLeap's not out anything besides administrative fees to process the loan.
No, but that's great. That is great. We are learning so much about the solar industry. So my next question is, with Doge and all of this, even though Musk is in the solar business, how long are credits going to be? There must be some chatter in the industry. Are we thinking solar tax credits are here to stay?
I think that the administration now is a little bit of a wild card. I think everybody can agree that, things changed pretty rapidly with this new administration.
Yeah.
But last time he was in office, he extended the tax credits till 2032.
Okay.
So his history shows that he did additional work for it. Yes, he did get rid of federal grants for solar, but he got rid of federal grants for lots of other things, right? So I don't think he's going against what he's done in the past, and I don't think there's any issues to worry about with tax credits. Nothing has been produced or shown to eliminate tax credits at all, not even a hint of it.
All right. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK. By the way, we were talking about scams, and I didn't even get through half of them. I'll have to do this again because it's incredible what I've come across when I went through my data bank of records here on all of the tax credit scams. I mean, not tax credit. I mean, scams in general. So I had told you just about a few of them. Okay. And I'm going to let me just mention a few more because these are incredible. We had the bank account access scam. Okay, I went through that. Phishing scams. Phishing scams are anytime they try to get information from you. And almost every scam is linked to phishing because you got to do the phishing to get the other scam. The other one, romance scams. My God, have people been taken by romance scams? And it's usually women. This one is where the women, middle-aged to later middle-aged women, think some hunk, as they used to call them, or some handsome. You ever hear that? You never heard that expression? They think some handsome dude is interested in them and wants them, and then they talk him into giving them money. And then you have the one that is common to a lot of other scams. You know, they all intertangle the cashier's check scams where you get a cashier's check. They say, deposit it, send us the rest back. It's a bad cashier's check. Fake landlord scams. You want to rent a place? They meet you. They take a deposit. They give you keys. They're a set of keys from their junk drawer. They don't work. You never get to move in. And then the landlord disappears. That's happening a lot. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're starting to see some usual afternoon traffic across the metro area with some slowing on I-25 around downtown. I-70 and I-225 looking pretty good. In the high country, an overturned semi is blocking all lanes on eastbound I-70, closing the interstate at Glenwood Springs. And there is road construction with the right lane closed on westbound I-70 between the Vail Pass Summit and Vail. I'm Vida Urbonis with traffic.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
All right, Vestera Turnkey, you've heard me talk about. To become a landlord, you get involved with Vestera. So they have a minimum investment, and then they help you with a loan, and they help you buy the home, where to buy it based on their extensive research. Then they hook up a management company to rent it out, and Vestera even takes your day-to-day phone calls if there are any. You don't do anything except take out the loan, make the investment. Of course, there's risk with everything, but they have been showing little to no risk with 30 to 80% returns a year. MyBiggestReturn.com. MyBiggestReturn.com. Don't get in trouble. Then you won't need Joe Lazzara. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Here's the bottom line. And I'm serious now. If you do get in trouble, don't ever shop for an attorney when you're in trouble, man. You're going to make all kinds of stupid mistakes. And then a lot of them want retainers up front. What Joe Lazara will do is a free initial consultation always, and then a flat rate price for your entire case. Joe Lazara, Lazzara, Lazzaralegal.com. Find him at referralist.com or call him 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
So it's so cumbersome to work with them. I have just a negative, you know what I'm trying to say? So, but I mean, we've always talked about wanting an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
So. Because then there's no maintenance. You don't have to change oil. You don't have to do anything.
You don't.
You just change the tires, you know?
You do. I will say their warranty process for the cars, has
it been smoother?
I go back and forth. There's a little work that needs to be done. They want everything done through the app to submit, and they're great about getting right back to you, and you can set your appointment on the app. But like Mark he's coming up where his S is going to be out of warranty, so he needed a couple things done.
Sure.
So he makes the appointment on the app for this past Wednesday or Tuesday. And more often than not, it's like, the parts that we might need for that warranty. And they'll come to you.
What's that?
You don't have to go to them
nice.
most of the time.
Sure.
Isn't it nice?
They'll say, the parts we need are in transit, so we're going to have to reschedule you. Just a few little things that were just a little irritating to Mark, but I guess worth the trade for what we're getting.
Definitely, yeah. And another thing, too, is I'm not the end user, so they might not be the nicest to me anyways. Because if I'm just installing it versus the client probably has a different experience than we do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Pamela said that the guy that was on the air is called 4 times, and it goes to Pamela if I don't answer.
The John guy? That your big pain in the ass guy?
No, Ben. Whoever was just on for tax credits. And I'm like, I can't answer I'm still on the air because she was like, he only wants to talk to you. And I'm like, I'm on the radio.
Yeah. Give me a minute. That's
funny. It's just funny. People are funny, aren't they?
Yeah.
Poor Pamela. She's like, all right. Well,
how long has she been with you? She's a sweetheart.
She is, yeah. But he called 4 times to just keep trying to see if I would,
like, dude, bro, we're on the show.
Yeah, I knew her from Valor, so I've known her now for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, isn't that weird when you think about how long you've known somebody and you're like, oh, it's been that long?
Yeah.
But she didn't come on board with me right away because Valor didn't pay her, so she was a little burned by the solar industry.
Yeah.
Because that happens a lot, too. The solar salespeople also have a lot of issues with the industry. But yeah, she came on board October of 2023, so
nice.
Coming up on 2 years.
Nice.
Not Henry.
Yeah, she called you on when you had to reschedule a couple weeks ago.
No, that was like
and I'm huffing on my treadmill, but I saw it was Red Rock Solar, so I gotta answer that because I knew you were on that day. Sorry, I'm above it. I just saw a treadmill right now. What's going on? She's like, you just get back to your workout. I'm gonna wrap these computers up so we can do a quick ride. I'm gonna put those back in.
Who is Karen Reed?
Oh, that's a weird story. Mark listens to Crime Junkie, and he heard it on there.
Okay.
Apparently, she caught boyfriend. They were at a bar drinking. Go back to a buddy's house where there's a party or something. So I think there's a documentary.
10 seconds here, guys.
It's pretty interesting.
Preview their NFL draft coverage on Thursday, and plenty of fodder for Versus Media podcast host Stephen L. Miller to break down. It all starts at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here. Well, we were talking about a lot of things, and one of them was the scams that people come across. So many people are victims of scams. And there are a lot of solar scams. Now, Brooke Wright is Red Rock's Roof and Solar. We love having a legit company on, but Brooke, through the years, there were a lot of bad solar companies that would sell at the door, and then you'd never see them again. Has the industry cleaned up a bit?
Well, I think even from our conversation, you can see how confusing tax credit conversations can be, right?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
So the biggest thing that I hear is, oh, the solar person told me that I was going to get a check back from the government for X amount of dollars. And this is a person that has no tax liability and won't be able to do that.
So
that is still ongoing, and I don't think that will ever get fixed.
Okay. Yeah,
I would highly recommend anybody... I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would highly recommend anybody looking to solar to talk to a CPA or somebody else to say, hey, is this legit? And what can I expect to get back with my specific taxes?
By the way, I already looked on the website to sign up for... why do they want me to sign up as a buyer of tax credits? I'm going to do it, but why do they want me to?
Why does the IRS require the
Why do they require me, the buyer, to sign up?
I'm really sorry. I have no idea. I just know that it's part of the process that's been ongoing since tax credits can be sold.
So what it says is, here's what it says, is that your personal identification, you got to do it a whole identity thing, then you sign up, and then it says obtain a registration number. The IRS will give you a registration number. Once approved, you'll receive this number, and this number must be included to validate your tax transfer. Man, do you know how to do all this, Brooke, or do you have an accountant that knows how to do it?
Yeah, it's actually a lot easier than what it sounds. You just put that registration number on that form F368. And that's how it gets tied directly to you for you to use those tax credits.
There's a publication called Publication 5884 that has comprehensive instructions. And I have learned so much. I know we've talked about this before in the past, but it never really hit me that you'd have to be a moron not to buy tax credits. If you're going to pay tax, why not pay less? I mean, they're unused tax credits. Everybody's a winner. The people who have the tax credits are a winner, and you're a winner. I mean, it's great. Yep. So,
absolutely.
I'm going to be your steady customer from now on. Okay, so we talked about bank account access scams, phishing scams, romance scams, cashier check scams, fake landlord scam. Then this one is quite complicated, the freight forwarding scam. That's where they ask you to simply receive items, repackage them, and send them out for payment. And they do pay you. And you are getting paid. So all of a sudden, you're getting a bunch of cell phones or you're getting certain things, and you have to repackage them and send them out. Why? Because they're buying this stuff with stolen credit cards. By you receiving the stolen merchandise and then resending it out, you become, in this chain of events, a criminal. Of course, it's unintentional, and many times if the FBI can verify that, they'll let you off the hook. But for the most part, you're a criminal.
And Tom, don't forget puppy scams. That really hurts.
I forgot about the puppy scam. I'm going to write that down. Puppy scams.
That's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. Where they tell you this puppy's for sale, they take your money, never ship the puppy. So freight forwarding scams.
Then they have.
Go ahead.
Also, then they have, the puppy's at the airport, but he needs a special crate.
No, I get
then
it.
He's got
I
the
know.
Crate, but
it's all the
just
same.
on and on.
Then you have unexpected package delivery scams. That's where something shows up at your house, and they call you and say, oh, forward that to such and such. Again, that's another freight forwarding scam, but this one you don't sign up to do and get paid. It's just like it was accidentally sent to you by mistake. Another one, fake jobs. Oh my God, they're all over the place. Fake jobs. You pay for getting a job or to do a job at home or some registration fee, and it turns out to be fake. We already talked about the grandparent scam where they pretend, the caller pretends he's your grandson or granddaughter or niece or nephew, and it's amazing how they do it. Hey, Grandma, is this you, Timmy? Anyway, and then also the PC tech scams, where they go online and say, we're a tech from Microsoft and we're going to help you. And then what they do is they get into your computer and they put either something in your computer that feeds back to them, or they simply view and download the information. Celebrity impersonation scams, where they pretend to be a celebrity interested in following you and then eventually get money from you. And then puppy scams, as Deputy Doc represented. We got more coming up tomorrow. Don't forget Car Day on Friday. And you can always call us and get in line at 303 Martino, 303-627-8466.
All right, you're clear, buddy. See ya.
Thanks.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And
man, we got a lot going on. Yeah.